Live. I got to get this shit going because I will literally sit here and just keep watching other YouTube videos and live streams and not doing mine all night. I know it will happen if I don't at some point just hit the launch button. Let's go ahead and add everyone in my Discord. I've been having way too much fun in the Discord lately. A lot of people have joined in the last few weeks because I kept mentioning it in my newer videos, and it's just been a fucking blast. There's been a lot of great people in the Discord. It's been really fun and exciting to just have people to talk to who are cool. And I like to socialize. But I cannot be too distracted by hanging out with cool people because at some point I have to also make money. And I tend to make money through doing my job, which is not sitting in a Discord necessarily. I think it's part of my job, but it's a part. I need money now. That there's long-term benefits to hanging out in the Discord. I need the money now. So I got to do some real on the ground work. But this live stream is less so dedicated to even trying to make a short-term turnover, make money off of you who are watching right now, so much as I want to have a conversation with you about, Jacob, do you work for the government? Like, why are you asking these questions? Why do you care? I'm sure that's enough of an answer for you, but I just stop Fed posting. Landon with $2 says Discord big gay. Hi Amy mommy. Sup Trixie. How did you know Amy was a mommy? Actually, I don't remember if that was in her kink slider. We were we were doing. I'm gonna present mine because I obviously I can't talk about this and not present it, or else people are gonna have to people will go dig for it, and I don't want to make you spend all that time. Shit, what fucking board was this in though? Okay, yeah, it was in We Love Stuff. Let me show you the results I got on my kink test today. I learned about this from a very sexy trans top. Actually, I'll shout her out too. Okay, yeah, let me put this shit on screen. Okay, so this is Alice in Wonderland. I take a kink test to prove I'm the only trans top. Amy immediately, nah, that's a lie. Me too. This is a very entertaining video, but it's mostly about her taking this quiz that determines to what extent you have each of these commonplace kinks. And so these were my results. I literally have the most vanilla results in the Discord. I'm the only person for whom vanilla is the top result, which is a little embarrassing in its own way. Like I'm not embarrassed to be vanilla, but it is a little sad that it's the top result. No way, I didn't know about this before. I always see this around. People don't tell me shit. Like if it's not like during a live stream or like happening in the Discord, I don't hear about it. Like I rely on you. You are my community. If it's I don't step outside of my hug box is what I'm trying to say. So whatever y'all bring into the hug box is what I get to see. With few exceptions, like YouTube is my hug box. The YouTube algorithm is also, I've turned the YouTube algorithm into a safe space for myself where it's just going to show me trans joy and black girl joy all day. That's basically it. It's just going to show me trans and black girl joy all day long. And I'll be very happy about it. But Yeah, you never expected me to be the most vanilla of you all. Well, okay, so I am the most vanilla, but there is also a clear trend here that you can see in some of the other charts towards submission. Like, so because with this chart, it's less interesting what's at the top and more interesting what is the diaspora, right? Because right under vanilla, with an equal percentage, is age player. And then right below that is submissive, little, rope bunny, switch, pet, voyeur, brat. And then you get under 50%. So under 50% means I am less of this than I am of this. However much of this I am not as much as I am not of it. Experimentalist, non-monogamous, primal, prey, masochist, which I think both the primal prey and masochist actually should have been higher. It's the phrasing. Sometimes the phrasing, like they were like the phrasing was like, do you love pain and seeing signifiers of pain that you've experienced? And I was like, no. But then I thought about it and I was like, no is also the wrong answer to that. So those could have been higher probably. Slave, rigger, daddy slash mommy, owner, dominant, sadist, degrader, degradee. I have no desire to do any degradation is not in my sexual language whatsoever. One side or the other. It's just not there. I don't want to see or hear about or do any gross shit. Not interested. And then, you know, primal hunter, master or mistress, and brat tamer, not at all. I'm not at all interested in those things. But then I'm not going to show anybody else's results, but like the very next person's results were like the polar opposite of this. So like the literal exact opposite extreme of the results. Nobody else has had vanilla anywhere near the top of theirs. So I guess I'm the most vanilla person in the Discord server. Well, I'm okay with that, I guess. At least it keeps the questions short, you know. It says I'm 27. I'm getting too old for this shit. I don't want to sex talk like a teenager anymore. Lol. I don't think you ever stop sex talking unless you're not interested in having any sex. By the way, boom money now. Shout out Sam Dunkfit. I almost missed that. Thought I had already read it, and then I realized I hadn't. Hardcore porno, lol. Yeah. Oh, you talking about my folder, my hardcore pornography folder? I cannot show you what's in that folder, unfortunately. Or fortunately, whatever you feel. You know what's in it though, based on what I just showed you. It's just a bunch of vanilla, so it's fucking gotta be the most boring hardcore pornography folder on the goddamn internet. Sigh. Like I'm looking at people in chat who also answered this and thinking about what I know your porn folder looks like. I'm like, you son of a bitch, you got a way more interesting porn folder than I do, and I know it. What bit are you picking? Hey, Simon, I haven't seen you around in a while. Welcome back. I don't know what bit I'm picking. That's what we're here to discuss. I've got so many options of what I like can do, things I'm capable of and interested in doing. And ultimately I want to do whatever like makes the most people happy, but by that I mean the most people that I care about happy. And I think I've almost completely destroyed the part of my audience that I don't like. Like I think as of the Sympathy for Digibro fans video, it seems like that like something got released where like those people at the very least they understand why they're upset now. Like if they are still upset, at the very least they are able to communicate to me why they're upset in a way they didn't seem to be able to before, you know. And one big aspect, one thing that a lot of people makes a lot of people upset is just that I change gears so often, that like I keep, if I don't think something is working, then like either for me or for the audience, then I immediately will shift away from it. And it leaves this long trail of unfinished business in my past that different people are hoping for different things to be like the thread that gets picked back up. And to me, they're all hanging threads. I I recheck through my memory a lot. Like I'm very, how do I put it? Nothing in my life is consistent except for my memories. So, that like they did happen. The only thing that is consistent is that the past is still there as far as I can remember it. So I think about the past a lot because it's the only thing that keeps me like a sense of self when I'm constantly traveling, constantly changing lifestyles, constantly meeting new people, or maintaining connections with a very abnormal number of people compared to the average person. You know, do I have a payment app other than Cash App and Venmo? They're not available in the UK, and I need to pay you to watch anime. I'm not going to watch anime right now on this stream, maybe later on this stream, because I'm probably going to stream for a while. But I also have, what the fuck is it called? Zelle. And it's goldenwitchfire@gmail.com. It's just like email based instead of username based, but it's the same name. Zelle might work. Other than that, though, here's what I've been encouraging. And for this example, we will use Ellen. I think, yeah. So Ellen is my chief moderator, my administrator. She's basically the community leader. She's the fuzz, she's the only one really holding it down for the community. So she lives in Brazil and is very poor, even compared to me. So in order to send her, you can see I sent her $130 by this method. Her visual novel is free, Legacy Raiders. You could just go download this on itch.io, but it's name your price free. This is borderless. You could I think you can buy on itch.io anywhere. And it doesn't, you like, as a itch.io user, you can set how much you give to the platform. So you can like literally give them nothing or like 1% or something like that. So it's a pretty effective way to give somebody money and get a product out of it. Obviously for me, there's also my music. You can just buy, you can always pay extra for a song. Sometimes people will just send me like $10 by way of buying my newest song, but yeah, that's why I've got so fucking many payment avenues. I didn't even go over in like a recent live stream. I was going over like all these different payment sources and ways I get money. I didn't even bother with the Bandcamp, but I get a few purchases. It's probably only like 2 or 3 purchases a month, maybe 1 purchase a month on my Bandcamp, but I do make money that way. Ellen Horai, Trixie the Vanilla Witch, thank you very much. I can't believe that you're throwing super chat money at me when I'm trying to get money to you. God damn it! This is it's funny. I never want to take money from my own audience because I always feel like I know that you want to enable me to do this, so I need your money, but I also want us all to somehow be taking the money from somewhere else. Like somehow when I first started on YouTube, part of the reason I was so excited about YouTube was that it was ad revenue that no one had to give me, like that my audience was never going to have to pay me. I thought my work would always be free. So like the mentality I had getting into it, and it like I made when I first started making pony videos and they first started getting popular, there were like 2 months where I made $600 worth of ad revenue each month. And I was like perfectly content with that. That like that was going to be enough to have to you know, at least get the ball rolling. I didn't really know how much money you actually need to live, and also things were cheaper back then. Inflation's been fucking outrageous the last decade. But like the oh god, the mentality I had was like I'm basically just taking money from corporations, and I literally viewed it as stealing because I didn't think internet advertising worked. Like I knew let me rephrase that. I knew for a fact that internet advertising does not work. And unfortunately, eventually the advertising companies figured that out too, and that's why everything became sponsorship model. And I have always sucked at the whole sponsorship thing because I literally don't know what I'm worth. How do I quantify it? Like, I have no fucking idea what an ad on my channel is worth, and I don't know what's normal to ask for, you know? And it wasn't until I met Jeff that like I started hearing the answers to that, you know, and it's like a pretty fucking good amount, you know, like he made $4,000 off a Naruto Online sponsorship, and that's before like the bonus if like a certain number of people sign up, you know. So I was looking at that like, okay, that's what I could be doing, but that requires me to create an ad for Naruto Online. And I was not going to do that without playing the game. And credit to Jeff, he also played the game at least for a few hours. Like he did journalistic due diligence on Naruto Online. I can confirm that. I just could not bring myself to do that. I was like, I really am not interested in Naruto Online. But no one else is going to give me $4,000. You know, like that is the advertiser that was sweeping through and paying everybody. It was, you took that or you took one of those other shitty games that you all remember. I've blocked them out. I can't summon back to my mind the names of the things I'm talking about, and I'm happy about it. I just keep thinking like knights something. I don't know. There were knights in it. That's what it's been reduced to in my mind. So like, taking sponsorships was always really hard for me because I'm too autistic about it. And you know, but ad revenue doesn't work because Trade Shadow Legends, thank you. Yeah, that's the one. Just vomit that right back out of my brain. Spiral Knights, is that also an advertisement thing? Or are you just trying to put a different night thing into my head so that I will think about that instead? Because that works. Nights in the Nightmare. Let's pretend we all watched like 1,000 ads for Nights in the Nightmare, and it now lives in our memories forever. I've never played Nights in the Nightmare. I think I had owned it for briefly on PSP, and it was just too fucking much for me. Tenkai Knights of the Old Republic. Me and Bird tried to play Knights, or rather, I tried to watch him play Knights of the Old Republic because everybody has always talked about how good the story is. And Bird is a big fan of Star Wars lore because of the Old Republic. Like his whole engagement with Star Wars is that he played the Old Republic for like a couple months and got like way deep into all the lore. And then like they fucking threw away all that lore when they made the new movie. So he immediately was like, well, I don't know what the fuck to do with this anymore. And then like we tried to go back to play the old Knights of the Old Republic games because we're like, well, that's where this sort of comes from. And like they seemed okay, but there were two things that kept striking me. One, I've played Mass Effect, and it's just like kind of a linear improvement in all aspects. Like it's just a more interesting universe, more interesting dialogue, better written, better graphics, better gameplay. You know, it's just like it's rough to go back to what feels like a blueprint for something that came later, you know? But then also, the game has a very weird trait. I've never heard anybody mention this. I don't know if people just didn't notice this. Everyone's a fucking asshole to you in that game. And maybe this changes over the course of the game. Like maybe if you become like a big hero, but like if you just walk around at like the first like Citadel-esque location where you can talk to people, everyone's just always blowing you off and just kind of like, fuck off. You know, like what do you want? And I was like, why is everyone so mean and off-putting in this game? It was just surreal because it wasn't something I'd ever heard someone say about the game. Like maybe people just took it for granted. Games writing is weird, but it felt unique to me how much everybody that you talk to like doesn't want you around at all in that game. Rem Koshmar, that's like a YouTuber, right? I think I know the name. Don't know if I've seen any of their content. Better ingredients, better pizza. I'm literally in a Papa John's right now. Any of y'all fucking tortured yourself with the Uncharted live action movie? That's Mage's new identity. Okay. Rem, I don't think I've seen any of their videos as Rem. I know I subscribe, but they haven't put out like a ton of content. I don't know what pronouns to use even. I am not in the loop of people that I ever knew at any point in my life. I'm a very, if people are not coming to me, I assume they don't want anything to do with me, and so I do not investigate them. Like if somebody does not reach out to me, I'm like, this person probably doesn't want anything to do with me. So I'm just gonna leave that there, because I'm always online, like I'm always outside in the contextual sense. So like you can always find me, you always know what I'm doing. Anybody who wanted to reach out to me always has the opportunity. So if people aren't doing it, it really makes me think like, all right, I should probably leave them to their own business. They probably don't want any involvement, I could be wrong about that, but as I mentioned earlier, I like to stay in my hug box. I like to stay in this little thing I built for myself, this little happy place of people who I like, that like me, that want to be around and watching me every day. So I'm trying to figure out, what do those people want the most, and it's other than just like obviously me and my presence, what do we want to bring other people in on the basis of? Let's put it that way, right? Like let's imagine that this community is supposed to grow to a point where it becomes more difficult for it to be as intimate as it is, but there can be sort of sub communities of it that all kind of are interrelated enough to know what's going on with one another, and that don't feel like they have to break away. Because it used to be that when people got closer to me, like joined my old Discord and stuff like that, I pushed them away. I was always like, you should all hang out with one another. You should all become friends with one another, because I'm not going to give you enough time to like have a good relationship with me. Basically, like you're going to be upset that I can't spend as much time with you as you want. So I encourage people to spend time with one another, but I was not good at facilitating that. I just kind of put people in a room, and some of them would become friends, and then they would go off somewhere else, and they would kind of be like, all right, fuck Trixie. Like the mentality was often, we split off because fuck that bitch, And so I'm not looking for that. I'm not looking to send people off in a way where they feel like, oh, well, now we've got nothing to do with you. I want something more like a federation. I'm kind of obsessed with this word lately, but will I do a Trixie Gets Mail when Sliggoo comes? I was, in fact, planning to open it up live on stream when Sliggoo gets here. Landon sent me a Sliggoo plush they picked up in at the Pokemon store, Pokemon Center in Japan. I assume it was at the Pokemon Center. All right, let me read a little bit of the chat. What are you talking about? Who's Cole Foster playing sousaphone scenes? This is a YouTube search with great potential. Okay, I will keep that in mind. Oh, I missed this previous Landon super chat. $5. Ellen is my wife. I still have yen from Japan. You're gonna fucking watch more Love Live tonight. If it's the last thing you do, get Bird too, motherfucker. Bird is already asleep. Bird works early. Berserk Chip, cool name. $2. P Wiener Fart. All right. You spelled wiener wrong. I've never seen, or is it like wiener, like you are a fan of ween and therefore a wiener? Because that would be dank. Ween is pretty cool. I think my favorite Ween song is Transdermal Celebration. Jetstream information. I can't remember the fucking lyrics. Hold on. Let me look up the lyrics to Transdermal Celebration. That guy's fucking voice is ridiculous. Caused a slight mutation in the rift. It toppled down a nation and left the people running for the hills. But the mutants that I seek shine the beauty unto me. I wish I could see them. I wish you could see them. And tectonic tribulations formed a crust of green beyond the reef. Waves fell in formation. I just remembered that I just said Bird was asleep, and he's asleep right above me. So I'm going to stop singing Transdermal Celebration. But I will read you the rest of the lyrics. They're so good. Waves fell in formation because the plants caused the plants to bend with spiky leaves. I'm growing with the land. Time has taken my hands and let me touch them. Hey, a billion miles to Mark A. Lay on the lawn. He's already home when the morning ray hits his face. Transdermal celebration. Jets flew in formation. I could see them, dropping the crustaceans, leaving trails of flames in their wake. But where is the mutation that once told me it was safe? I can't find him. It's a song about recognize. I put this in a playlist called Secular God. Songs about seeing the godliness in the world around you without seeing the idea of a singular, like overarching presence. At least that's how I've interpreted it. Pollo Asado got me a friend once. It was wild. That does sound wild. I was posting the lyrics in a chat room she was in, and she got so pissed when she realized it was a Ween track. She laughed, and we ended up becoming friends. That is awesome. Can I pay you $15 to watch the MVs of 2 Bandori songs around 8 minutes? Probably not if they are copyrighted, because that will get me taken down. Bell's ordering fucking lunch in the chat. 41st Millennium Schizoid Man with €5 says, thanks for recommending Clipping. New album is fire. I think I found out about them from you years ago. Probably, because I am a huge Clipping fan. And the new album is indeed fire. I've only heard the whole thing once. It had a few singles that came out beforehand. There's the song with Aesop Rock, Welcome Home Warrior, is one of those songs that is specifically designed to be listened to for the next rest of your life. Like the lyrics are referencing the fact that you keep coming back to the song, so it's like the song itself is the home that you are meant to keep coming back to as this warrior, sort of. It's like your save point, basically. Like, it's very gamer coded, but the song itself is meant to be the save point for your warrior spirit, so to speak. And I think that's very fun. There's a lot of great like dancey songs that came out beforehand, and so I wasn't sure how experimental would the album be, and like it's very like half and half between like the most accessible songs they've ever made and then just like the most dense, chaotic noise songs that they've ever made. Most of which are very short, and so you've got like 5 or 6 really short songs that are either just noise or like noise with rapping, and the noise with rapping ones are, in my opinion, the best ones on the album. The ones I want the most from Clipping. The The longer songs are sort of, I don't know. I didn't hear anything I like explicitly didn't like. There were only a couple of moments that were like, "Whoa, what the fuck was that?" Or like the ending, the very last song has like an epic fucking, rising climax type shit. So it's definitely very cyberpunk themed, like even more so than normal for their music. Um, it's total hacking the mainframe core, escape from the matrix core. And yeah, I don't know. I thought it was quite good. But again, I've only listened to it the one time, and it's hard for me to say what is my favorite Clipping album at this point, because to me they're more of a songs band. Like, even though each album does have a concept and a particular sound, like they've always been a combination of songs that are really interesting and a combination of songs that I actually want to hear all the time. So there's certain songs that it's like, okay, I've heard that one 700 million times. Like work I've heard infinite number of times. Stop, red lights in the distance, they never been to that district they referenced, drunk full of hashish and mescaline, your mind is a mess and this bitch is undressing you. Like I can play a lot of that in my head. But some of the other songs or albums I haven't listened to as much. This new one, it will be interesting to see which songs like stand the test of time, but it did feel like one of the easier albums to listen to from them. Like despite its length, one of the easier ones to just sit back and throw on and not feel like what the fuck is going on, in a bad way at any point. Um, but yeah, Clipping was a huge influence on me because before I started really rapping, like, I've been writing songs since I was a little kid, and, like, there was a long period where I didn't really respect the songwriting I did as a kid, and now I've kinda gone back through it and read some of that stuff and been like, if I had known how to make this, I would not have felt so bad about it. Like, I think it's the songwriting is fine. I just didn't know how to make it a song. So it ended up being like a frustration for me that this thing doesn't exist and that I can't like progress into making an even better song. But I was not writing raps up until my 20s. Like, I sang along to lots of rap music, mostly Eminem and stuff, but like it was really after getting into Kendrick Lamar, getting into Death Grips, getting into Clipping, the latter two who I found through, like, basically Kendrick Lamar got me into Anthony Fantano got me into Death Grips and Clipping. Um, and I come from listening to like a lot of heavy metal and just like really dissociative rock music. So to me, the fact that there was hip hop. Oh, I should also mention Dialect. Like, hugely influential, and because I was listening to them before I was big into hip hop, so I kind of tend to forget that Dialect is like my favorite like my favorite hip hop group because it goes so far back. It was probably 2007 when I started listening to Abandoned Language, and that album is just fucking phenomenal. If you love Clipping and you haven't listened to, it's spelled Dalek, like the Daleks from Doctor Who, except that there's an umlaut over the A, and I think it's pronounced dialect. Or Dal. I don't know. I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce the band name. It sounds like they say dialect in the songs. But they were like the first really like heavy industrial, layers and layers and layers and layers of sound. Like, they toured with post rock bands, like they toured with ISIS. It was like, that was why my cousin knew about them, who was a fan of like Neurosis and ISIS and all the sludge stuff and stoner metal stuff. He had discovered Dialect because they were on those labels. And so I had I burned his whole CD collection onto my computer, ended up with that, fell in love with that. And then it wasn't until Kendrick came along that I heard anything that I like. Bitch Don't Kill My Vibe was the first thing I heard that was even remotely in that wheelhouse, like close enough of a type of a rap song for me to be like, oh, this is for me. And then it was really that my friend Brando started writing raps because we were getting into rap music sort of together, and he was getting into more like Denzel Curry and like the rage type of stuff. And so he started writing raps, but he couldn't really perform them that well. So I would help him perform them, and sometimes I just performed his bars, you know. And then I started writing my own bars. This is around the CC, BC and CC era of my band. You know, if you go to the Trial of the Golden Witch band camp, it's only rap up to a point. You know, you get below a certain point, it's a bunch of improv, weird shit, you know, folk music being made with my friends. But when we started doing raps, it was also, there was an element of, I'll call it music concrete, you know, of like, I didn't know how to play any instruments. And I was really frustrated about that because I didn't want to learn. Like, there was not one particular instrument I really wanted to learn how to play. I found them all frustrating. Like, there's just too much dexterity involved, and I was too dissociated to use my hands like that. My voice, I've always had a lot of power over, you know, so it's easy for me to imagine using my voice as an instrument, but not using my hands to play one. So you've never heard anyone say it like that. Well, that's just how it reads. In musique concrète when I see it, you know. But it's which is just referring to like making sounds with like regular shit, you know, just like anything that's not an instrument being used to create noise music. And you know, I had friends online who were involved in like more noisy, weird types of shit. I remember Otosan advising me, like, just buy a contact microphone. They're like $3. You can leave it on like the, you know, roof of a cave, and it will just produce for you an incredible drone song. You know, like you'll be satisfied. But I was doing shit like just leaving my microphone in the windowsill when there's like a heavy truck outside, you know, and like capturing the sound of the truck and then slow that down and reverb, and now you got a drone song type shit, you know. And clipping came along at a time when I was at like a very low level of doing that type of shit. And they had their song Exploder where they're talking about how they fucking did Bout That, and how they literally, there's this noise in Bout That that's like, it's a hard noise to make, but like it's the sound of a CD cassette case being opened and closed. And once I knew that, it was obvious. But like, why would I think that that's what I'm hearing unless I like knew it was even a possibility, basically, or like had that kind of sound bank in my mind that like I hear that and immediately go, oh right, I remember cassette tapes from the 90s, you know. I totally still listen to those. I guess it would be a sound like, yeah, I've got a random. It doesn't really have enough squeak. But that would be a good, like, this is a great example of how I might make a beat. Like, just make that into Audacity, and then literally in Audacity just copy and paste it over and over at a rhythm, and then start going over that bomb 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 bomb, you know, and then like literally record it live through over my beat, and then over that, hey, it's a song I'm writing right now, you know, bum ba wa bum beep 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 bum ba wa bum beep 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 beep. It's a song I'm boom ba boom ba boom ba boom ba 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 ba. You're still floored by the fact that I use Audacity. I don't switch my tools if I don't have to. Like, if somebody shows me something, honestly, the reason it is I can't figure out how to record natively in FL Studio because I'm an idiot. I've never been able to successfully just record in FL Studio and then use that recording. So I just open Audacity, record all the vocals in there, and then I throw those into FL Studio and I manipulate them in there. And it's especially good for just doing vocal takes over yourself over and over again, right? So like this is typically how I record a rap song. Let's just make one real RQ. What's in unused beats? Are these really unused, or this one's a slur? I know this is Sarah's. Which beat is this? Oh, this is the Bars on Sanchin beat. Okay. So Y'all could hear that, right? Oh no, you can't. I don't have the fucking screen on screen. You don't even know what I'm doing. Well, it's probably a good thing that now you can see the title, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Let's pretend we don't see that, everybody. All right. I'm just going to show you how I would, or rather how I did record this song real quick. Yeah. Just a shouty with a massive fucking threat, or I better the Trixie beat down like beautiful sunsets in California. It's too much, too fast. Now then, I'll go back over it. Yeah. It's Trixie. Threat aura. Beat down. Sunsets, California. It's too much, too fast. Hey, but I'm spitting though. So I like to create conversations between the two layers. Now, unfortunately, the way Audacity records that is a piece of shit is that it adds like a split second onto the start. Like you have to kind of pull the tracks in a little bit for them to be actually aligned. And sometimes it can be really fucky to get the alignment right. Why is that so? Oh, because it was recording. Just a shouty with a massive fucking threat, or I better the Trixie beat down like beautiful sunsets in California. Interesting. Why did it come out sounding that way? That sounds neat, but I don't know why that happened. Yeah, it's Trixie, just a shouty with a massive fucking threat, or I better the Trixie beat down like beautiful sunsets in California. I like it. So then I would just individually render each of those tracks and send them all to Sarah, who would then mix and master them. Or if I'm doing the mix and mastering, what I will most likely do is balance the audio in Audacity and then just export all of the vocal tracks as one track and then mix and master that in FL Studio, because I don't want to have to deal with sorting out what's perfect for each different track. I just try to make them all sound as good as one collective thing together as possible and then make it work somehow. It's lately I've been getting some decent results. Like the most recent thing I mixed sounds pretty fucking decent in my opinion. And I'm going to play it while I go piss real quick, and then I'll get to these super chats that I is there more than one I've missed here? Yes, Yakuman. I still use Get Up as my alarm because of you. Oh, fuck yeah. I highly recommend this. If you are on the grind, if you're somebody who's like trying to grind for money right now, make your alarm Get Up by clipping. Game don't wait. Hold up. Wait. Eyes on the ground, motherfucker. Can't be late. That shit goes. And then I'll read this when I get back and respond to it some more. And thank you. Thank you very much. 41st Millennium Schizoid Man. Great name, by the way. Let me play this fucking song while I go piss. What am I looking for here? What is it called? It's the first song on my upcoming whatever. If I open up any song, opening up this will put me on the right path. Yeah, Gross Host Spliffy. This is the one. I think I did a pretty good job mixing this. Hey. Let's heat it up in this motherfucker. Down. I'm a bitch of action, storming through your town, fucking up your factions, yeah. I got a ways away and then realized that that was not the song I was trying to play at all. Actually, I was about to start pissing, and I was like, "Wait a minute, that's Salem Witch Trial. What happened here? Why is Gross? Did I do something to Gross Host Spliffy? Did I like accidentally move it to a wrong folder somewhere, and now it's no longer believes in itself and its own existence?" All right, let's. Where are they? God damn it. Where did I put the fucking project files of this? Did I actually make it? Okay, yeah, here we go. This makes sense. This is all, it's all coming together. Okay, it's all making sense now.
I moved from north to east side Norfolk in the course of recording this record. It reached the end of Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers finally. So the timing I'm on is like therapy and clarity and maybe something scary. You're just waiting way up in the wings. I was singing way out of lines until the other day. My baby other mind was out of line until my soul was saved. So now I'm waving wavy rhythms down like I'm hitchhiking. Let me take what's to my liking and the iron will keep striking. I can forge a stick like Hancock Big. I'm no Will Smith, but colored bullets. Running mullets out of town and flipping frowns and penning brilliant full sentences made of memes, reusing a few like scenes, abusing a couple schemes instead of the trend that seem to imitate. Pick a fate to embody. You're out even trading inner beauty. You take yourself for granted like fans of your band. Stands in truly simple-minded, simple Simons being dumbed down by the local radio stations by design and met the big boy. Now the little lady runs the shady out the convoy. Bon voyage to your menage a trois. I'm on the raw joy. My soul envoy is sent into your head and now reverberates. I'm in your state of mind, the spinal column of all vertebrates. Hey, Trixie's super great. Hey. Trixie lives in your spliffy. I'm in your trippy shit. I'm so pissy. Bitchy flows for you sucking out hoes. I'm fucking on clothes like a teabag. Gross. And now you gotta deal with this. Everybody knows you got weird taste and listen to stuff like this. Oops, what a weirdo. Oops, got no fear though. Oops, I think super queer though. Oops, got a clear throat. Cough, cough, cough. To the beat, drive, drive. Pull a dot, dot, dot. Just to cut it off. What you thought, was it true? Not actually anything to do with the truth. Wish you knew. Don't act new, don't act cute, don't act tough now. Don't start stuff you can't finish or cart bluff now. Don't stuff your shirt now. Don't stuff your pants, cause they coming off now. We all catching that glance at glance.
Trixie lives in your spliffy.
I'm in your trippy shit. I'm so pissy. Bitchy flows for you sucking that hose. I'm looking on clothes on clothes. So bad. Trixie lives in your spliffy. I'm in your trippy shit. I'm so pissy. Bitchy flows for you sucking out hoes. I'm ducking on clothes and goats or tea bags and me that gross hoe.
I don't know why I do physical shit that's gonna wind me in the middle of a dialogue heavy live stream. 41st Millennium Schizoid Man. I can't even remember how many artists I got into because of you. You were my favorite person on the internet from ages like 14 to 21. Denzel, Guardian, Clipping, Casey, and some I can't remember right now. I assume Guardian means Blind Guardian? KC is King Crimson, I think. Am I still trying to pick a bit B? Yes, we'll still get to that. And this actually, this contributes to it, right? Like, so, okay. Obviously, I'm really passionate about music. And I have been my whole life. And it's always been hard to talk about. And I really think that, like, Kendrick Lamar, part of the reason I'm so fucking, like, the reason I cannot stop dick riding Kendrick Lamar is that the best thing he's ever done for me is, like, create an entirely new space of music discussion on YouTube that just didn't exist before. Like, we had Anthony Fantano, we had The Company Man, we had DJ Academics as the biggest voice in hip hop for like a long time, you had the Breakfast Club and that stuff. And like most of that stuff didn't really appeal to me. I was like, I don't know, this isn't my engagement. Like, I want analysis, I want people picking apart the bars and talking about what the shit means, because that's how I engage with music. And very rarely does anyone do that. Like, the lyrical content just doesn't tend to be a focus for a lot of people. And I think a lot of the time it's just because you kind of can't hear the lyrics in a lot of songs. A lot of the time, a lot of people aren't just tuned in to trying to understand what they're saying. And for me, as a kid who grew up with sing-along videotapes, my expectation of songs is that I can sing them. Like that is just a absolute core expectation I have of a song is that it has words. Those words mean something. I spent a lot of time thinking about the lyrics to Walking in a Winter Wonderland as a kid. In the meadow, we can build a snowman. We'll pretend that he is Parson Brown. Who the fuck is Parson? He'll say, "Are you married?" We'll say, "No, man. But you can do the job while you're in town, so Parson Brown's going to marry us." Okay, he's somebody, he must be a pastor or something, like this is me at age 3, like thinking very hard about what is fucking going on in these songs that had visual accompaniment for me because it was all like Disney sing-alongs where it's Daffy Duck is in the meadow building the snowman or whatever the fuck. So like, I paid attention to the lyrics of the songs that my parents were playing for me, not really knowing that they really weren't. Like, I have this video. I had a channel in 2018, 2019. That was my first like really serious attempt to make like a separate music channel. It was called Digibros Turntable. It got up to like 5,000 subs or something like that. And I probably spent like 6 months like heavily posting there. And I had a video that was a worst to best for System of a Down. I was copying a Fantano formula because, again, he was like the only person really doing the type of music content I wanted to see. So I was just ripping off whatever he was doing, And the System of a Down worst to best, I was getting, pretty into the lyrics and analyzing like how the songs are structured and stuff like that. And my mom responded to it something like, "I'd never put this much thought into it." I'm like, "You're the biggest System of a Down fan in the fucking planet." Like, to me, this is like a third string band. Like, they're very influential on me, so I care about them a lot because I grew up with them, but they're not my favorite fucking band. Why have I put more thought? But then it like really made me realize, oh, I'm fucking different. Like this is not like this is, this isn't like a commonplace thing what I'm doing of like thinking about what these fucking songs mean. But System of a Down is relevant to this because like when I was hanging out on the internet all the time circa like 2004, I hung out on forums that discussed lyrics, that analyzed lyrics, mostly trying to understand the Mars Volta's lyrics. And I think I had posited to someone on otaku boards at one point that like anything could be analyzed. And this is like a core idea that drives me. Like I don't know if people take that for granted now, but they certainly didn't. Like it wasn't taken for granted at the time that everything could be analyzed. And I'll never forget the arguments in early Game Grumps where Ego Raptor was trying to, do analysis of these games. And John was like, "I think some parts are just beyond analysis." And like, he's not wrong in the sense that we as human beings cannot necessarily find all of the answers, but that doesn't mean that you can't do analysis. You got into SOAD because of the worst to best. That is incredible. An absolute core memory for you. That's great. I'm glad I could get, I think they're an incredible band, and particularly they got a lot of great lyrics. It was just so funny to think that my mom had been into them for like 20 fucking years at that point, or, 17, 18 years, whatever, by 2017. It's probably 2000 whenever year Chop Suey came out, whenever Chop Suey hit the radio, my mom became obsessed with System of a Down for like a flat 15 years, So the idea that I had somehow thought about it more than she had really struck me. But like, I was trying to study Mars Volta lyrics on the internet, and I said to someone, you can analyze any lyrics, and they were like, "Oh yeah, what about Vicinity of Obscenity by System of a Down?" And I was like, terracotta is what humans are made of in the Bible. Terracotta banana pie would mean your hand and your dick, because your dick's a banana. So if you have your hand on your dick, that's a terracotta banana pie. And is there a perfect way of holding you, baby? The vicinity of obscenity in your eyes. Do we all learn defeat from the whores with bad feet? Drink the meat, or no, beat the meat, drink the feet. I think this is what beat the meat, treat the feet. to the sweet milky seat. Like by the time you get to that point, you're like, okay, well now it's obvious he's talking about jacking off, you know, but like you have to decide that banana terracotta pie isn't nonsense. Like that's the very small wall you have to clear to do that analysis, is to just decide that it must mean something. So let's figure out what it means. Oh, terracotta, biblical. I didn't even know terracotta was a biblical reference. I Googled that, you know, like to do this, to prove the point. So analysis has taught me a lot. But yeah, Denzel Curry, you know, I was working on a whole documentary about him, and that was a bad idea in career terms to have not finished that. Like in terms of unfinished projects that had like a really negative effect on me. People bring up lots of projects I've never finished over the years, but a lot of them they don't know about because I worked on it for months and then didn't finish it. So like at the same time that I was working on how they marketed Be the Beginning, I was also working on an hour-long Denzel Curry documentary, and both of these were very long projects that I was doing while moving to Boston. And I was working on The World Over, the album The World Over. So I had 3 major projects in the works at the same time. None of them came out. And then like I moved and lost a whole lot of money. And then it took like another couple of months to finish the album and the other thing. But with Denzel Curry, he got Taboo out in that time, and he blew up so much bigger that it became unnecessary. Like the point of the video was to talk about all the ways that he had been misunderstood and try to like present like the real side of Denzel. And then like he just did that. He made an album that just did that, you know? Anyway, enough of that comment. Trixie Golden Witch's super chat bitch with $2. I want to rant on YMS take on Tezuka. Should I send? I don't remember his take on Tezuka aside from that Kimba the White Lion is not like is not the basis of The Lion King. Like I loved that video. His video about how Kimba is not like The Lion King is not a ripoff of Kimba, I mean to say. That was the point of the video. Very good video. Very well made point. I don't know how much perspective he has on Tezuka outside of that, you know, to even comment on it. So, you know, I guess if you have like, you mean streams leading up to and making of the video? Yeah, I never saw any of those. I've never really sat in on YMS live streams. At least not since like 2012. Back in the olden days when there was only 5 YouTubers. Clyde with Australian $159.99. Holy fucking shit. Thank you. Hope everything works out for you. Be safe. Yeah. I mean it will now, thanks to you. I think that's Australian, right? Finding out what that is. Why did it give me euro? I don't need. It's not euro. It's Australian. Why are you showing me? Google has gotten dumber. Like AI has made Google dumb. I don't understand it. Whatever. That's like $100 in American dollar. So thank you extremely much, a lot. Thank you, Clyde. Bless up. And sorry it took me so long to get to your super chat. I didn't when I see a really large number and a letter attached to it out of my peripheral, I assume that it's like a currency that is just simply worth tremendously less than the US dollar. And that is why the number is so big. So then when I realized that was actually Australian, I was like, oh no, that's actually a massive, that's actually a massive super chat. Thank you. Got to make sure I fully examine each super chat as they come in. Watch out for that conversion rate. It's probably like $4. No, I don't think it's that bad. I'm actually surprised that the Australian dollar is still only worth like a 60%. I mean to say 60% of the US dollar, which is I think where Japan's at. Let me see what Japan has not had a healthy economy since COVID. 1 Japanese yen is worth 0.0067 US dollar. Yeah. So it's about the same problem. But I know that the cost of living is way higher in Australia than it is in Japan, but they also have way higher they also get paid a lot more. So it's like on balance probably not too dissimilar. I don't know. What in the actual fuck? Seth the programmer. Holy shit. Holy moly. Are you for real? $400? God damn. Holy motherfuck. Holy Jesus. Holy Christ. Hey, bro, I know life has been unkind the past few years, but things can get better. Don't give up. I truly believe you'll be okay. Honestly, I am currently right now having one of the best like months of my life. Like this month has been ridiculous in terms of just like peace of mind. Like because I moved out of my parents' house again. So so I've achieved a zen that unknown to me in any time prior. Where did y'all come from with this? Like y'all really just poured out of the woodwork out of nowhere with the big money donations. Clyde and Seth. Shouts out. I don't know what brought it out of you in this stream. You know, I'm like, did I do something special? Was I extra interesting? How do I notate this for future reference? How do I replicate the this experiment infinitely? It's probably not scalable. It's too auth. Auth isn't scalable. Only Noth is scalable. Yeah, amazing, incredible work, gang. Let's put that back on screen again. I'm going to talk about because I did that video. So if you haven't seen this video I made recently called Create Space for Rage, it's a very experimental vlog that I really enjoyed making. It signals what I'm hoping to build into what I'm going to call I want to be like my dream right now as a YouTuber. If I had to describe like where creatively I want to go as a YouTuber, I would like to be the Satoshi Kon of YouTubers. Like I want to make stuff that fucks with your head and makes you literally question reality and like the way you've been doing things, you know, like, and sometimes I can do that just through a lot of words that have a lot of meaning, but I want it to be more immersive, you know, and to force you to think about more than just what I'm saying, but also what I'm showing you, the order I'm showing it to you, because there's just certain ideas that are too complicated to express straightforwardly, you know, like just saying like, hey, you should have the space to be angry in your life. Like, sure. But like, it took a lot to get like it took a lot of me just enjoying having that space to understand how to express what is so good about it. And so I wanted to show that process in the video, you know, that you can see me creating space for rage and then explaining why I just did that, you know. And so like part of that video is I kept saying that like I've never had this amount of personal space before ever. And how they marketed made you question a lot of things. And you know what's great is somebody else is doing a better version of it right now. And by better I don't mean like the video quality is enormously high. I just mean like doing the concept correctly. I think I've shared her last couple videos. If y'all don't keep up, by the way, with the posts tab, because they don't show this shit on desktop for whatever reason, but anytime I'm on mobile, you know, you can see people's shares and stuff like that. So pretty much any video that I think everybody should check out, I will post to my feed. And this girl, Giselle's journal. All right, I need you to look at these fucking numbers for a second, right? She's got only 3.3K subs so far, but this channel only launched 2 weeks ago. And the view counts are 75,000, 26,000, 34,000, and 12,000 on the one that was posted a day ago. Now, all of these videos are about marketing. Why Lisa won't be successful in the Western industry, brand analysis, New Jeans genius branding and how it will cause NJZ to fail, New Jeans brand and marketing analysis. Why Jenny's branding is perfect for the Western industry. Brand and marketing analysis. Is Rosé's brand really that good? Pros and cons. Brand analysis. You may have noticed from the little animations here that she's wearing these goddamn gloves in every single video. And that she's got like, you know, she's like a little white girl with long, straight blonde hair representing the Western K-pop fan base. She's saying, hey, K-pop fans that are trying to appeal to little white girls, I am the little.
This video is a brand.
Here's how you're doing. And in this video, she's talking about how in the beginning, your branding needs to be obnoxious and insistent, you know, almost like wearing the same goddamn gloves in every video. Like, she's talking about what they're doing and then doing it and succeeding. So it's like, this is literally what the plan was. This is how they marketed was supposed to be, is I'm going to study marketing techniques, employ the marketing techniques, and then therefore have marketed myself. She's literally doing it right now. So shout out Giselle's journal. I hope everybody copies everything you talk about in these videos, because you're clearly correct, because it's fucking working. But yeah, like, yeah, I mean, the subject matter is tremendously important. Obviously, the fact that it's K-pop artists, but I'm wondering, like, where did she share it? Because YouTube doesn't just like it when you upload for the first time on a brand new channel. YouTube does not just show your video to people. Like, you can very easily have 0 views. So she shared it somewhere first. It wasn't just the algorithm picked up the video. She knew where these videos go, because she's probably a part of a Western K-pop community. For all I know, she's like the mod of some fucking Reddit somewhere and everybody knows who she is. You know, like, I've never heard of her because YouTube algorithm got her to me because I watch Jenny videos, because I really like this Jenny album. And I thought the branding of the Jenny album was really, really strong. It drew, because like, Jenny did a song with Doechii, so I found out about that immediately because Spotify tells me when Doechii does anything. And then I listened to the other 2 songs on the album to see what those were like. I liked those, went to investigate the YouTube page, and like, the branding is so consistent with all of it that I knew exactly where I was all the time, you know? And like, so when a branding video came out and I'm like, oh, she's wearing the red coat like Jenny is on the album cover, and it's about the use of red, you know, in the, like, it clicked with me immediately that this was something that was going to interest me if I cared at all about Jenny's branding, which I do, you know. So or branding in general, and Jenny's music. I don't know anything about the other 3 people she's made videos about, not one single thing. But I sure did watch the latest one because I was like, this girl's going to teach me how to teach you how to market your YouTube content. So one of the things that I really want, the reason this is called like let's commit, is I'm trying to figure out what category is this channel? You know, like, I watch a lot of hip hop channels, but my audience isn't mostly hip hop fans. You know, I watch anime channels, but I don't want to talk about anime because it gets my just, it's so bad for copyright issues that it's just a nightmare. you know, I have some success with just like general topic type stuff. And I also follow a lot of people who just like give advice and affirmations. And I feel like I'm closer to that type of content a lot of the times more recently. But there's also lots of little creative projects I've got. I'm just constantly afraid that if I go all in on something and you're not already excited about it, I'm going to fuck myself. And the last time that I felt, well, there's a couple of recent examples I can give of times where I put a lot of effort in and it didn't translate to like anything really additional, you know? Like if we examine the We Watch Anime channel here for a moment, sort by popular, right? Now this video is the most popular and I think it deserves to be because it is just a very standard anime analysis video that happens to be on a very interesting subject that is relevant to my audience. This is like this is in many ways the ideal version of me making anime content. Unfortunately, it's not easy to replicate. And this Don video would have been the start of me having an unfathomably good run last fall. Because what happened here was this video came out.
This video is
not this one. What the YouTube, please, come on. YouTube. What's going on with you today? Are you feeling all right? Are you feeling okay?
Gender
We need
abolition.
to make some calls. Okay. So as you can see here, this video was already fucked to get past content ID. And still, after being up for like a fucking week, it got full strike taken down. And I had to fight to get it back. And during those 2 weeks, 2 more episodes of Don came out, and I lost any motivation to do it because I was fully expecting to ride it week for week, and it was going to be. I've waited my whole career for a new anime to come out that I loved and I could talk about week by week, and they took it away from me, and I was like, I can't do this anymore. It broke my will, and that's why I commissioned this swamp art that I could just use. And when you look at the views, while yes, these ones are very successful, there's plenty of edited ones that are not any more successful than the unedited ones. So it's like these are flukes in the long run compared to like, I don't know, you know, so these have also been out for longer, so it's a little skewed, but like this video, how Pokemon finally adapts to its aging audience, has more views than this video, Naruto Killed the Ninja Star, that like this is like a really edited, you know, broad narrative type thing that I thought was going to be like a hit. I thought like for sure Naruto Killed the Ninja Star, obvious hit. Everybody loves Naruto. It's interesting. It's a funny title, you know. No. So I don't really understand how to YouTube sometimes. You know, I get lost in the sauce of the ideas. But I made this video, and this one was really like a massive commitment. Like this was a serious fucking, like this was as much effort as I've ever put into anything I've ever done in my whole life, you know? So this one only having 8.5K views was already kind of demoralizing. And like I rolled right from that into this, thinking like this is a huge momentum climb, and then poof, that got killed, right? Then I did this one, which was pretty successful. Actually, this one came out before this one came down, so that's why I just like shut up for for 3 months and just did not come back. In those 3 months, I created an entirely new life. I became Vera Bradley, the Bomber Girl, and created a whole new YouTube channel and identity, and made new other friends and followed totally different channels, and spent the end of last year talking about cozy video games and trying to see if I could relaunch myself as a cozy games YouTuber. And this is going really well. This is like in terms of emotional effect, like the comments are beautiful. The interaction, other channels I've interacted with, you know, let's see what my other life is like. A few ideas. 100% make a Discord for your channel. I'm getting the vibe that you're going to end up with a big community, and a Discord server will give you a place to hang out with them. People can help you afford games and things like that to try out there. Infinity Nikki is free, also where I found this channel. I think that would be a good place to start making a few videos on. You can make a playlist, just you chilling and playing games you enjoy. Your voice is really nice, and I've enjoyed just listening to you talk while I play. So I think that this is something you could look into. I haven't tried getting into making videos. However, I know that it's important to find your niche as a YouTuber. So it's a good idea to think about that, but also don't worry too much about it. Leading into point 5, take it slow and find your rhythm with your channel. You'll find what suits you as you go along. Also, hi, I'm a hyperactive bisexual gal who's happy to give unsolicited advice and has a terrible grammar. It's actually not terrible grammar. Your grammar is perfectly fine, Serafina. I said, thank you for the advice. I think a Discord server will be a good idea indeed. I was kind of waiting till someone suggests it. Maybe you realized already, but I do indeed have 2 Infinity Nikki videos, which have been quite successful compared to the rest of the videos so far, so I'll definitely be talking more about it. Thanks for the compliments about my voice, too. I have a playlist of full playthroughs. Oh, right. I do, don't I? I do have a playlist of my entire 12-hour playthrough of characters. Hello, my queers and kumquats. I hope. No, not. I wanted this one. Yeah, this game fucking rules.
I hadn't been sure if there really would be one per chapter or if like
4 views. Hell yeah. So, anyways, this is how I spent the winter. My subscriptions are also a whole different world here from my subscriptions on the main channel. Although I do follow a couple of the same people on both, like SK, because as far as I know, she is the most skilled trans gamer that I know about, at the very least. She rules. You didn't know about this channel till now, Lucario fan? That means you didn't finish the 9 sides of my personality video where I introduced Vera Bradley, the bomber girl, and she did her own segment, if I remember correctly. But that was kind of the last time that she's really done anything publicly besides being that Pluto podcast, the Pluto Show, episode 1. If you don't remember that, there's like a part in that where she talks to like her how does she describe her? The confusions abater. Vera is the confusions abater on the Pluto Show. Not a lot of people have heard this, I realize, but there's a lot of lore. There's a lot of lore I've been injecting in the last few months into my channel to really make it, really just to open doors for myself to do all the weird shit I really want to do. And for it not to feel out of nowhere, you know. I've been subbed since the 9 personalities video, but I thought that was a secret channel. The Vera Bradley channel. I mean, it wasn't secret after she talked about it in that video. Then it was kind of like, okay. The reason I was trying to keep it secret was just to see how far I could get before anybody realizes it's the same person, because algorithmically, YouTube has a tendency to tie channels together permanently. Like if the first people who ever discovered that channel had all been fans of this channel, then the only algorithmic link that YouTube would have created between them, or would have been between those 2 channels. Whereas if this channel is associated only with like cozy gaming channels, then it will only suggest that. So I was really hoping to draw the audience of other cozy gaming channels. And so I spent a lot of time communicating with and commenting on other cozy gaming channels and, like, you know, sort of building this light network of connection. Also on Blue Sky. You know, Vera has her own Blue Sky too. How do I fucking change accounts? Nope, that's not what I wanted. Well, I guess I don't want to type my password in front of you, do I? Move that over here. Other account. Yep. Oh, I guess it doesn't have to show the password because it remembers it. Yeah, see, she's got her own account. 196 followers. That's actually that's an impressive amount of followers to have for a account that was only active for like 3 months. But as you can see, it's all cozy all day. All cozy all day long, and very wintry because it was only active during the winter. It's funny how aesthetically wintry things actually were on Blue Sky through the winter. It really be like that sometimes. The zeitgeist, the gestalt of psychology and all that. Okay. This is a crazy stream. I can't believe we got those incredibly massive donations. I don't know if I've ever gotten a $400 super chat before. That's wild. Wild stuff. Oh, hey, it's my mom. Just accidentally, hey, what the fuck, my mom on Blue Sky right now. This is America, land of the nothing, home of the suckers and losers. Is that what she's saying? Trump orders a purging of all info at Arlington Cemetery's website regarding women and people of color, including the Tuskegee Airmen, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Major Generals Charles C. Rogers, Medal of Honors Hector Santa Anna, Thurgood Marshall of African American history, the Buffalo Soldiers, the 688, General Colin Powell, the Civil War Captain Joy Bright Hancock, and Major General Marcel Jordan, Hispanic American history, women's history. Okay, yeah, that sounds bad. I don't like this guy very much, but I like this. This girl on the skateboard with the cybernetic arms, Shadowrun Dragonfall Pro Skater. This goes hard. Bigum Saxon, you're getting the follow. Oh shit. Yeah, this goes hard. Halloween. This is old. Whatever. Year of the motherfucking snake. Okay, enough social media. I've gone too far. Hello, everyone. How are you doing? Very well, thank you. They are really big power scaling YouTubers. What does that mean? What is a power scale? I've never heard of that. Like lifting? Well, okay. The first results I get are power scaling is dumb and stupid and power scaling is cringe. Is there a positive video about this somewhere? All I got is positivity out of this, so I don't know. Wait, this is all about shonen power scaling. None of this is about whatever you guys are talking about, or is it? Are they guys who talk about power scaling in anime? Is that what you're saying? What is power scaling in this context? Someone, please. You also said they'd help me get past anime copyright. I will definitely, next time I have issues, get in contact. Bomber Girl Vera's Blue Sky profile says free writing consultation. Can you tell me what that means? Amy, I expect you to send me your written work because everyone I know who's a writer sends me their written work. Now that may only include Nino and but I kept offering it to people because, like, as Vera, I kept following accounts where people are writing and they're like putting out the energy of I want help, but also the energy of but not from you because I don't know you. And I'm like, I'm just somebody who writes. So, if you want to take a shot on it, I might know how to help. But yeah, again, Vera has kind of been off the grid since at the end of last year. We took a trip to California because Bird's mom really wanted to see her kids for the holidays. And so we flew in and we got to spend a week on like really the most of a vacation we've like ever had, because typically when we go and do things, we have some kind of, not even usually an itinerary, more like just a number of things that have to get done in a certain amount of time, and like um so there's usually some aspect of rush or some aspect of like having to figure out or decide things. And when we were in California this time, it was like we didn't have our own car, so we were kind of at the mercy of whoever wanted to take us anywhere. But it's Southern California, so it's beautiful outside, and we were just very free to just kind of fuck around and do whatever. And it like I had gotten pretty. Last year was rough. I will say that. I will say that last year was rough, but it wasn't rough in the ways I expected it to be or the ways that you might expect it to be, because it was rough that I wasn't making a whole lot of money, but not that like because I needed a whole lot of money, just because I wanted a whole lot of money to get out of my parents' house because I hated being there, And like I didn't want to hate being there. That's the issue. Like the emotional difficulty for me was like, why is this so difficult? Like why is this environment so difficult for me when this should ostensibly be my comfort zone? Like in many ways, these are the people I'm the most comfortable with. But like, I mean, a lot of it just came down to the fact that like we were really living with my dying grandfather, like a 90-year-old dying man whose presence can be felt at all times, like, so there was just this hanging sensation of, like, and that also hurts to feel that way. It's like I don't want to feel bad about being around my grandfather, but like it's fucking rough. It is fucking rough to be around a guy who his mind is totally gone. He does not know who I am. He just thinks I'm like somebody who lives at the house and helps out with him sometimes. Like he had no name for me, like, and he's just loudly suffering through the end of his life, in the house all day. So like it's a certain level of mental fatigue that was just like persistent. And then there's the fact that like my parents, while they can take care of him and are doing a good enough job to satisfy him who thinks he should be, who would have been dead 8 years ago, like if they had never found him and started taking care of him, like they're not built to be caretakers. They're not trained for it. It's not their job. Like they understand how to do it enough, but like the stress it puts, particularly on my mom, who like, again, my mom did not know who her father was until 8 years ago. So like she got all of his stories out of him. And then when they moved to back to Virginia like 2 years ago, he basically like the move didn't go very well. There was issues in the travel, and like whatever was left of his like mind basically evaporated. Like he lost the last touches, and like it's not that he doesn't have any memories or like know who he is, but he can barely hear. It takes a lot to communicate with him, and he's not dragging those memories back up, so they're just disappearing and unraveling, so like, so it's not just that it's painful to watch him, but it's also painful to watch my mom suffer through trying to take care of him, a man she really barely knows, but also had wanted to know her entire life. She dreamed of knowing her father, and then she did, and it was beautiful, but like it mostly left her with this feeling of like a feeling of loss of I could have had this all along. I could have had a whole life with this man. And now instead I've got 8 years of watching him die and lose all his memories, and not being able to form any new ones. Like they can't do things together. They're just in a house, all the time. Like somebody always has to be at home because if he falls, he's not going to get up, you know? So yeah, it was just a bit of a dark environment. And moreover, like my mom doesn't have a job and my dad works from home. And he would about 1 week out of every month he flies somewhere to the Midwest because he's in charge of shit in the Midwest. Um, but he mostly works at home at his desk, 9 to 5. And so that was like the best place for me to do my job because my granddad is sitting in the middle of this very badly designed house, blasting this massive television because he can't hear, that you can hear everywhere except for the office with the door closed or the garage with the door closed. That's why all of my content was filmed in the garage or the office for the last year, because there's just nowhere else was feasible. And my mom would hang out at the garage and smoke weed for large portions of the day. So I couldn't always film out there without like kicking my mom out, and then, and like I wanted to be able to spend time with Bird also, but like he would get off work at like 2 p.m. and then my dad would get off work at 5 p.m. So the best hours for me to work are between 5 and 5 and midnight or whatever. But meanwhile, like half of those are hours I would like to hang out with Bird. So typically it would be like I would hang out with Bird till he went to bed, which is like 7:38, and then I'd start working at like 8, and then I'm probably going to pass out by midnight. So that's like 4 hours I get to actually even attempt to do anything, at the desk. And like there's lots of stuff I like doing at the desk. There's a lot more than just even my job that I would like to have the desk time to use. So it just felt like I was finding ways to fill time until I get to do my job a lot of the time. And mostly that meant hang out in the garage and listen to music and smoke weed. So I listened to every fucking album that came out last year. I could tell you anything about 2024 music. You got a question about music from 2024 and it wasn't made by Charlie XCX, I could probably answer your question. But not much else was going on. And like, me and Bird love to camp. So we tried as often as possible to take camping excursions, throughout the summer and everything. Melt Banana rules. Their album last year was great. Yes. I didn't listen to it as much as I would have liked to, but I'm sure I will get the chance. I'm sure I'll find myself in that headspace at some point. But their previous album, Fetch, was one of my favorite albums of the 2010s. I have it on vinyl in Kentucky, which I'll be passing through and collecting next month. What was I saying? Yeah, we would go camping, but like in Virginia, there's you just have to kind of go like a really far out of your way. Well, particularly Hampton Roads. The area we live in is on the East Coast, so so there's lots of like basically every single campgrounds that's nearby to us is a former plantation that has been converted into a state campground. They are all interesting. They all have interesting history. They're just like very samey environmentally. But we did end up visiting most of them over the course of the summer just because like being at home sucked so much that it's like if we could get out and go camp, we wanted to every time, So there was a lot of our money was really just spent on trying to get the fuck out of the house, and there not really being that much interesting stuff to do out here. Like you can go to the beach again, but you don't want to do anything at the beach because it's all tourist shit. Or breweries, and we love breweries, but you burn through your money quick going to them breweries all the time, So it just felt like everything we were doing to cope with the situation was keeping us in the situation. And that is what the trap is. That is the capitalist trap, is everything you are doing to cope with the situation is keeping you in the situation, and leaving the situation feels too dangerous. Like leaving capitalism, I mean, like it just feels like untenable, you know, because you grew up in it and it's all you know. So like, how am I going to survive outside of it without like extensive study and preparation that I don't really have time to do or intelligence to do, you know? So like, so that's another big thing that I've been grappling with is like my constant sensation of I'm trapped in a system I don't approve of. You know, like I don't like capitalism and I never have. And I've tried to convince myself to like play along enough to at least make things good for myself. But making things good for myself is almost too easy. And making things good for other people, like I don't want to give people money because I know they're going to spend it wrong. I'd rather give them ideas about what they want to do, you know, that don't have to involve money. Creativity doesn't have to involve money, you know, like ever if you don't want it to. Certain things it has to, but if you're trying to like, I don't know, knit a sweater, you need the money for the materials. But like if you're just gonna write a fucking book or whatever, you could do it in your brain and then transcribe it in fucking blood if you've got to. All right. What's my thoughts on the 2024 in music by Jeff Burgess? Well, Jeff Burgess didn't make music in 2024, but Dima Foxpaws did. And great. Dima put out last year the album Get Pupped. Let me put it on screen real quick. Get Pupped, which has this incredible artwork. I'm a big fan. It's a funky sex album of furry, a musical exploration of submission, loss, and the delicate dance of vulnerability. Forgot to hit like on it. We got my favorite song on here is probably Get Fucked. So let me play a little bit of that.
Many years ago I tried to stoke the flame and fight. I guess some space is wise, or hold it all inside. You find comfort in your tears, think that love is like your fear. I think love is just a dance. You don't know the difference. So get fucked. Oh no, just another sacrifice. You can try real hard if you wanna, but you're never gonna make it right.
You get fucked. Oh no, just another sacrifice. Fuck the lyric.
But you gotta find another star to cross.
He said just another antichrist the second time. And then this year, on I think the first. Hold on, let me start this over so I can mute myself. You can hear it properly. This I love this start. Like as a start of an album, this is like top tier to me.
From the Space Force for being a commie, I went back to Fort Worth to go live with my mommy, taking pictures for Insta where I would fursuit in post-industrial spaces that looters polluted. Oh, is there anyone alive out there from a parasocial love affair? Is anyone alive out there? Kicked from the band.
I realized the lyrics go by kind of quick, so I wanted to point out what those first lyrics are. Kicked from the Space Force for being a commie, I went back to Fort Worth to go live with my mommy, taking pictures for Insta where I would fursuit in post-industrial spaces that looters polluted. Oh, is there anyone alive out there for my parasocial love affair? Is anyone alive out there? Just what a fucking way to start an album. Dima's always like got the most visual music to me. Like the descriptions of where the song takes place always strike me like right away. Snowman 8 with $9.99. Thank you very much. Give a rant on Ada Rook, maybe my favorite musician ever. Shout out Ugly Death. Give Rex for musicians with a similar cute growl and hard, soft wombo combo. All right, let's start off with the recommendations, right? Because you already know Ada Rook, but let's go and make sure that hopefully this doesn't get me taken down and that you are not already, or maybe hopefully you are already a fan of Less Sick Puppy. You'll just be like, oh shit, sick. She just put out a new song, but it's not on YouTube yet. Wait, maybe it is and it's not on her channel. Should be subscribed. I want Chokehold. That's my favorite. I thought there was a fucking video for this. I know there's like a on Spotify. There's like a little animation type thing. Okay, I know I'll get taken down if I play too much of that. And also, I will fucking tear my own head off. This shit's too scary and rap more anime, please. Okay. Too scary? How could this be scary after you like Ada Rook? Wait. Ada Rook's music's fucking terrifying. All right. It's like the most intense. Particularly Come God Poltergeist. I could not actually, I mean, I'm sure I could finish this album, but when it came out, I remember putting it on and being like, I'm afraid. Like, this is too much. But when it comes to Ada Rook, so I have not heard all of her stuff. I have not gone all the way back. This one, this is an album that I have many times suddenly realized I am halfway through listening to. Like, I'm playing some other Ada Rook or something, but then I cross my dissociation threshold and YouTube auto plays into this one. And then at some point, I usually like, there's like somewhere in this album, there's like a wake up. There's like a moment that makes me go, oh, I'm here. Like, I'm still here. Separated from her twin, a dying android arrives on a mysterious island. I would be shocked if anybody in this chat felt nothing about even just the name and imagery on screen for this. If you feel nothing looking at this, I don't know how that's possible. I don't know how you could have I don't know how you could end up here. if this little mouse, this sad little mouse, and the words kill all memory forever, and the title separated from her twin, a dying android arrives on a mysterious island. I don't know. If none of that is at least mysteriously intriguing, then I'm shook. I'm a little shook. So I think I found Ada because of black dresses, and I was a fan of Devi way back as Cat's Millionaire, and I said some mean things about her on a stream once that I shouldn't have done, and she was like, "Don't ever listen to my music again." And I was like, "I won't, because I feel guilty." And then I didn't for like 8 years. And then Fantano was talking about black dresses, and I was like, "Oh, I can't. I'm sorry. I can't just simply ignore you anymore." And then through that, I found out that, you know, there's this other girl, and she's also really interesting. And then at some point, Ugly Death, No Redemption, Angel Curse, Forever I Love You came out, and I went, oh, this is the girl. she's that bitch, actually. Like, Debbie is great. Her music is Black Dresser's music is tortured in a way that is too hard for me. Ada Rooks is tortured in exactly the right way. I don't know what it is. Something about this is the brand of torture that I am specifically seeking, I guess. And particularly, I mean, I'm Sis is a great message, just an interesting song. 9999999999999 in a dream. This was my fucking anthem of 2021. Also a difficult year. But for totally different reasons. But I was very much in the headspace. Love and fear are the same fucking thing. Don't overthink it. Fuck everything. Everyone has got an image of you, and they'll do anything to believe that it's true. Love and fear are the same fucking thing. Same thing. Desperate, desperate paradigm. Souls failing to survive. We never were alive. Old nightmares are revived. Failing machines of light. Smoke curls, sparks alight. Pinions spin out of time. I think it's a mistake that this world can contain us. I used to believe in dreams. I gave up all my life to make a portal, but it's been driven out of me. This whole world is a weapon, invincible redundancy. Everyone can see the future. Love, trash, fear wave crashing over every precious thing. You scummy little bitch. Never trust this part in particular. This, I would scream this like every day, 5 times a day for a little while. Never trust what we've become. Inner child choking on blood. Dead emotion overdrive. Never trust or compromise. Never trust what we've become. Inner child choking on blood. Dead emotion overdrive. Never trust. Stay alive. Feeble hopefulness. Feeble hopefulness. Feeble hopefulness. Please do not let it go out. Hopelessness. Feeble hopefulness. Feeble hopelessness. Every future bleeding out. I don't know how to let go and just be taken care of. The script is missing from the inside. I'm told that it's a sin that you cannot atone for, healing, an unforgivable crime. I've come so far since I could not express this, a plant growing toward the light, but it's only empty radiation. I can't look away. I'm losing my sight. These are perfect lyrics. I could not write better lyrics than those. They're perfect. And then Gravity Weapon just hits. Hold on to your fucking balls. This is gonna kill you. But like this one, it's not about the lyrics. The song is just fucking incredible, and the video is fucking incredible. Xanafulge also fucking incredible. Vanish Doom. This song is about Asuka getting killed by the angels, I think. Somewhere another girl dies alone, ripped apart and eaten by angels screaming, circling forever. Like, I don't know what that is supposed to be about if not Asuka getting killed in End of Evangelion. So, like, this is literally the musical equivalent of the End of Evangelion. Yeah, Xanafulge fucking rules. And then this was what really, really, really made me a big fan. And I know most people have never heard this. Even Ada Rook fans have mostly never heard this because the view counts are very low. And I'm not too surprised because it is also the weirdest sounding thing I've ever heard. And it's all right, I'll just play a little bit. Yeah, I can't describe this. You have to hear. I'm sorry if you don't like this. I won't put you through too much of it. But you need to hear it to understand it. Actually, I'm not sorry. I love this album like to death. So I hope you like it.
Angel Electronics.
So long ago, when the earth would shake and the passion made all the diamonds now in the ground. I wanted more than the life I knew. I was tired of you. I was sick of hanging around. And now I'm left clinging to what I know, hoping that I won't forget. Praying that angels would guide my way home and I would see you again. So far away, there's only that I
His timeless escape from the cold winter days being gone. Protect me from the fall, protect me from the fall. I am nothing at all. I want to survive.
Okay. I think you get it. That's one of the weirder songs, granted. Cuz the most normal song is track
Angel Electronics.
Okay. But this one is actually this one's my favorite one that gets stuck in my head. I'm not gonna play it. I'm just gonna because the lyrics to this one are important to me. I don't need an answer. I could never control everything you keep inside. Buried like a treasure, I could never measure everything you keep inside. The music of the planets up in the sky tells me that you're hiding love in your eyes. What is it that you've got to disguise? Looking back, it's kind of amazing that you're mine. I can't explain it. You're the greatest story ever told, but you keep it like a secret code. Your thoughts are so amazing, but your silence is so frustrating. You're the greatest story ever told, but you keep it like a secret code. You could turn the metal into gold. The ritual, I wish you would do it. I'd put myself through it. Dark like a shadow, sharp like an arrow, everything you keep inside. Teaching of the ages, turning all the pages, everything you keep inside. The music of the planets up in the sky tells me that you're hiding love in your eyes. Why is it that I'm always surprised? Looking back, it's kind of amazing that you're mine. I can't explain it. You're the greatest story ever told, but you keep it like a secret code. You can turn the metal into gold. The ritual, I wish you would do it. I'd put myself through it. I'd put my blood and sweat into it. That's they kind of say the same things after that. It's basically like you're so interesting. Why won't you fucking talk to me? Is what I get out of that. Angel, this song is so fucking. This might be the most like interesting sonically.
I believe in an angel. I believe in an angel.
Angel Electronics.
I apologize. It's a tough time. I was praying for an angel to save me from the darkness of my soul. I didn't know I was in danger, and never could help giving you control. Your sister knows
Taking me on the street and now I got pulled into your game. And now I know I'll never be the same. But I will never let you down. I will never let you go. If you wanna come back now, there's still time for me to drive you home. Maybe we were better friends. Maybe it's a big mistake. But if I love you, then they will find some good to take my place. But I don't believe in fate, I believe in nature. Yeah, it's so fucking adorable. I can't. I love this album. I love it to death. Party Girl is like this one's like the sad, quiet song where it goes to like the shy girl perspective who's watching the cool girl and wanting to be like her. A lot of you will listen to this and literally cry. I've cried to this song a number of times, actually. Party Girl, you're so amazing. A part of me really envies you. It's like you can just walk up to anyone and convince them to love you too. I'm so weird. I'm so shy. Stay in the corner. Do my best to hide. Wish you would smile. Ask what's on your mind. Only the thought of being by your side. All the love you show me. How did you ever pick me out of the crowd? My head's always so stuck in my body while you float up above the clouds. You listened closely to the song I played for you. You took me shopping and you walked me home. You took my hand and led me slowly through the floor. Even in the crowd, it felt just like we were alone. I'll show you love you reflect in me, and I'll be your mirror through the joy and the sorrow. I'll watch you sleep till the morning comes, and I'll be your date to all the parties of tomorrow. We can stay till midnight, but after that, we should really get home. You know that you've got work in the morning. If you don't sleep, then you're never going to want to go.
When I'm around so many people, I get overwhelmed. You brought me water, and we stood on the back porch. Oh God, I'm gonna cry just for the imagery. When I'm around so many people, I get overwhelmed. So you brought me water, and we stood on the back porch, walking from the party in our winter hats and gloves. Everybody says they can tell that I'm in love. I'll show you the love you reflect in me, and I'll be your mirror through the joy and through the sorrow. I'll watch you sleep till the morning comes, and I'll be your date to all the parties of tomorrow. Do you really like me? My heart is beating so fast that it hurts. I can barely breathe as I ask if I can kiss you. You're so collected as you smile. Sure. I'm so weird, I'm so shy, but with you I feel so alive. I never thought I'd be your type. You take my hand, I almost die. And a vision came to me like snow in a crystal ball, like a prism refracting light with colors dancing around the hall. And if there's a God above, I think that he's giving me a sign because he opened my heart and helped me make you mine. Yeah. So fucking sweet. So fucking pretty and cute. You don't like the male vocals? Oh, I love his vocals. That's Ash Nerve. He's a great songwriter and a big fan of this one J-pop band that I had never heard of, but this is a cover. This is a cover of like an idol, like an alt idol song or something. Yeah, from Bis. I don't know anything about Bis, but so I believe that was in Japanese, but they did it like English.
When I was a kid, there was...
And I literally thought like of this song, like this feels like an English version of a Japanese anime opening theme. And I was so right, and I didn't know that fact. I was just like,
when I was a kid, there was nothing I couldn't do. Have you ever had such a feeling? I'm sure that I remember.
Like it's the words in English wouldn't, like, you would never think to sing those English words in that way, is what I'm trying to say. Like the melody is built around how the Japanese words sound. So singing English lyrics, like, there's something, it feels like a dub, you know, it feels weirdly like a dub, but I enjoy it.
How poor I am, I really don't have time. You want me to do no matter how hard I try to find me. I am not Superman and satisfied. To less, how many tears, what do you want me?
Comparison, yay, ugly death, kids see ghosts, ultra paradise, Yandi, unkillable angel. Thank you, Ada, for actually putting it out and completing the angel trilogy. I didn't know it was like a specific I don't know the deep lore. If there's like a lot of deep lore interconnecting these Ada Rook songs and projects, I don't know them that deeply. I've only really just listened to the music a whole lot. Particularly Ultra Paradise throughout 2023. This was my 2023 album, to the point that I spent like 6 months obsessed with the idea that I was going to write like a very long article about it. But ultimately, all that stuff I said about Devi earlier, I am still not sure I want to really talk about that super publicly, and because I don't know if that'll like cause problems for her, and I don't want that, you know. But it heavily affects why I'm so emotionally affected by this music, especially considering that Rook is like in love with Devi, it seems, based on this song. I want to know your thoughts, you know, I want to know your touch, I want to know your every secret wish. Like, this song makes me think that the third track on Ultra Paradise is about, okay, again, getting too deep. Don't want to try to make these people's personal lives into public discourse, you know, on the basis of their music. I just happen to be an obsessive fan, okay? This is my favorite Ada Rook song. Wait,
that stupid mouse.
Why would I not play the music video version? That makes no sense. This music video, I just happened to be online for the debut of this, and in the chat was Louise Weird, and she directed this and also directed this 4-hour trans cult masterpiece castration movie. Follows a trans woman, Michaela Trapp Sinclair, a sex worker in Vancouver who splits her time between seeing clients and hanging out with her group of trans friends. As the weight of the world piles up on her, she decides to reclaim some sense of control by seeking out a back alley orchiectomy. The first part of a 2-part epic. It's already 4 hours long, by the way. And purchasing it helps to produce part 2. I am not going to front like I watched this all the way through in full in one sitting. I simply watched parts that seemed interesting and figured I would go back at some point. But there are some real interesting things in this film. If you're trans, I would say maybe give it a shot. If you're trans and you like problematic, disturbing, media, give this one a go. You probably do like all those things if you like my content, and especially if you like Ada Rook's content. I'm gonna go piss.
I hate that stupid mouse. I hate that stupid mouse. I hate that stupid mouse.
And I am I'm still learning, but now nothing frightens me.
I don't know if you noticed her getting socked in the gut and pissing herself right there in the video, but and then somehow imagine having made that song and video, and the conclusion you come to is that's not nearly torqued enough. Let's make a torqued version of that. Okay. A little much for me right now. I'm too cozy for all that cortisol. Holy moly. Okay, so we're comparing these albums, right? Snowman 8, that's the concept here. Yay to Ugly Death, Kids See Ghosts to Ultra Paradise, and Yandi to Unkillable Angel. I've never really listened to, I don't even know what version of Yandi you mean, because obviously there is no real version of Yandi, but I've never really I'm not a big Yay person. I did like the album Yay. I didn't care for Kids See Ghosts that much. Like, I thought it sounded good, but none of it, except for fucking Ghost Town. Don't let me forget about Ghost Town. Ghost Town ruled. I feel kind of free. We're still the kids we used to be. I put my hand on the stove to see if I still feel. And nothing hurts anymore. I feel kind of free. Yeah, that song is really good. But the rest of Kids See Ghosts, I didn't care about that much. Wait, no, is Ghost Town on Yay? Am I fucking this up? Ghost Town Part 2 is on Kids See Ghosts. Man, I don't know. Again, I'm not the biggest Yay head. I heard a trans person got beat up at one of his shows a couple years ago, and I pretty much said, all right, I'm done with you. You know, like you are officially not my nacho savior, as Kendrick Lamar would say. Okay. I feel like I've answered all of those super chats now. Yay. How many tangents have I left unconcluded in the course of this video? I feel like it's difficult to get us to the core of what I'm trying to ask for here. What are we committing to? What are we committing to on this channel together? Umineko. Obviously, we've committed to Umineko. Umineko can take up a couple of nights a week, but there's a lot of other time in the week. So what else are we committed to? Like, what do we want? What do we as a culture on YouTube want to accomplish other than me playing Umineko? You know, like what are we trying to do that is reasonable? You know, not like some ridiculous overambitious thing, but like what reasonably are we trying to get done? Yakuman wants to pay you for a video reaction, maybe anime, maybe a indie cartoon. He's a Brit. What is the best way to pay? I guess it would be Itch.io, because that was I think that was the conclusion we came to earlier, right? I did sort of answer it earlier, but yeah. But I, you know, always happy to reiterate. Hard to say you like the music angle, and that's the thing. I love music so much, but here's the biggest problem I'm having with music. I get like okay views talking about like Kendrick Lamar and like a little bit with Dochi's picking up. You know, Dochi's starting to pick up a little bit where you can talk about Dochi and get some views. But like I would really like to talk about every artist that I like, and most of them no one's talking about. And I don't know if I don't know, it's hard to just get people into a new musician. Like it's hard to, at least in a quick way, like it's one thing to keep talking about them and then people eventually kind of investigate and slowly, you know, fold that musician into their lives. But like, for instance, I might have talked about this a little bit at some point, but my favorite album of last year is Ravina's album, Where the Butterflies Go in the Rain. And I have seen zero discussion of this album on the internet. I know there's people who love it. I know they're out there. I don't know where they are. Pluto named herself after this. My personality, Pluto. This is when she decided she had a name.
Been a few years since we had to say goodbye, but you reappeared as a butterfly. It's not like Earthside's better, but some days I wish you were here. Love gets better, pushing 80 in a blue Carrera. New love got my mind up in Pluto. Watching smoke down in the clouds from the backseat. I pray it's good, then no one away from me. Would you know that angels exist? You showed me how nature is the proof of bliss.
Yeah, I had to skip around that obviously for copyright reasons, but also so I don't burst into tears. Look at this, Audrey Nuna, another artist that nobody fucking talks about that I'm a big fan of. Yeah, okay, you get it. It's fucking dank, right? You know who I've never seen mentioned anywhere? But I love her.
Baby, fucking okay, yeah. Go, yeah, bitch. Yeah, shout out to Rocky B. Yeah. You can leave, but you can't go. Been out there for catch you out here fucking with these hoes. Okay, I get on my knees, but bitches ain't supposed to propose. No, I be calling you daddy, but nigga, you better come back from the stove. Yeah. You can leave, but you can't go.
If you want to know why Baby Mother is one of my goats, she crocheted all this. She be crocheting her own outfits. So yeah, she's incredible. You know who else never gets fucking talked about at all? At least in the circles that I don't know. Maybe there's a secret cabal of people who talk about like awesome lady rappers or something somewhere on the internet.
Go suck a dick through a toilet seat, you motherfucking haters. Bitch, I bring a lot to the table, Will and Jada. Phone stay locked every day, these hoes wake up. Cause Face ID don't recognize them bitches without makeup. I'm a grill niggas. Say this one for my real nigga. Call it touch that we rap shit, bitch, your heart look like a chip off the willy. If a nigga claim that he got beef, what you done? Bitch, I'm pulling up like Keith Lee. What you done? Pistol whip him like I'm trying to brush his teeth. The Colgate with that trigger, watch it squeeze. It's feeling like December 25th every day in his fucking go low. That name, oh no, but like a shit that's close, right? Ha! Gang. Chopper get that bitch like a shit that's close.
I couldn't click away without hearing the gang part. Because I just be walking around, standing there, and I'll just be gang. I'm glad you at least know Cupcake. I think she's probably a little more popular than the other ones I was just showing. But like, again, I see no discussion. Like nobody's talking about all those were albums that came out last year, you know, and like, or sometimes like a few people mention it. Like I heard people mention that MC Lyte put out an album last year, but did anybody listen to it other than me? I don't know. Like they're not doing analysis of the bars. They're just like, oh yeah, MC Lyte put out an album that I heard is good. I'm like, it is good. I don't think I want to play any of these on the stream right now. That I just got a super chat from Snowman 8 for $20. Tell me what you want ideally. I can't have it because YouTube won't fucking let me. Is the issue. I would just do reactions probably for the most part, you know, like because like okay, the biggest issue I have is that the corporations do not want me to talk about their shit. Like regardless if I like it or hate it, they just don't want me to talk about it. They would really prefer I don't talk about their shit. And you know what? I also would prefer I don't talk about their shit. I would prefer to talk about independent stuff that actually needs support from someone like me. The problem is that not enough people care about any of that independent stuff to like, you know, make a career out of talking about independent stuff. I think that can change, but it requires a lot of effort. And in particular, I think creating a type of a person that is seeking out that type of content. Because right now, when it comes to independent stuff, it does tend to be like a total island experience. It's like there's people who just like that thing and they've never heard of one other piece of independent media ever, you know, like they just are into this. And it's like in the 90s, in the 80s, even the 70s, like there was a culture of independent media, and maybe there still is, and I just live in fucking Hampton Roads where there's nothing, you know, but like there used to be, you know, like zines and shit, and like little micro economies of art that are self-sustaining. And I feel like that could exist on the internet, but the problem is that on the internet, people are so easily bought. Like it's like desperate nobodies, you know, who couldn't find a way into the industry through normal means, but then the second something gets dangled in front of them, they grab onto it and they just fucking get yanked right out of the pool, you know? Like it's crazy how easy it is to get a YouTuber to sign a contract, you know, like besides me. But that's, you know, that's put me in this, well, I'm saying this situation, like I didn't just make fucking $600 tonight, $700, a preposterous amount of money I made on this stream compared to any other stream I've ever done. so this is going very well. But you know, like what I want to do with this is to not have that it all that going well that it's doing be snatched away by some corporation that doesn't want me to watch their fucking show or listen to their song or play their video game or whatever, you know? And so in that light, if I'm going to focus on independent media, like it's one thing for me to bounce between a bunch of shit and just introduce it to you, but that doesn't create like a deep relationship between you and me and the media. Like it's one thing if I recommend you something and then you go off and you like it, but it's another thing if you like it and then also you think about what I said, you know, like when you are liking it, if you're like, oh yeah, Trixie was so good at explaining why this is good, that's the effect that keeps you wanting me to be involved in that, you know, as opposed to just being an endless fountain of recommendations, which if that's something I could get paid to do, I also would be fine with. If people literally were just like sending me $10 a week to send them like a list of shit I think is cool, that would be hilarious and awesome. But I don't think that's realistic. But what is more realistic is us as a community deciding like, what do we all think is cool? You know, like obviously some of you think Ada Rook is really cool. I don't know if all of you do. You know, like, I don't know if everybody in chat is like, please play me Ada Rook every stream. Like some of you are probably like, I really hope I don't have to hear Ada Rook every stream, you know? So that's kind of what I'm trying to sort out. Like, what is the bit? Are we all in on, you know, because music is too big. Even just music as a category is too big, right? Are we all in on like electronic music? You know what? Let's go into my favorite musical genre to share, to recommend. I don't know if I've talked about this enough. Maidcore. If you want to talk about music that's going to send me exactly where I need to go emotionally, this is where it is. Hold on. I've never heard this. I really want to rap on this. No. Did he just go this? might be too complicated. Oh, I forgot I wrote this. With my son and Luger, I'm Freddy Krueger, you're Dunning Krueger, you deadly snout, you fast, you should have Yo, hey, yo, I want it to be slow, like, if you go into Mike, I need to slow that hit speed, but I'm doing so this thing to be kind of thing. Okay, this is part of, alright, yeah, this will work. People think I'm weird, but I ain't no weirdo. Just a little odd, but I got no weirdo. Scared bro, you just speaking to a spear hole, homo. Gayer than that you was, too jazz, too mad. Pet, you was, bite the hand that feed, rip it till it bleeds. Get a couple of teeth, ring as long as fever. Wrangle at the beaver, spit in the lever. Clip through your dream, hurt everything around me. I'm a crazy, crazy, crazy bitch. Listen closely, cause I'm probably just missed you. But I missed you. All right, that was probably off time for y'all, but it was fun for me. So that was awesome. This song rules. Distro Kid. Okay, so you are signed or something, or at the very least, you are on a release label of some kind. Where are you from? Are you an actual Russian maidcore artist, or are you someone else? Kiyosumi. Germany. Interesting. German maidcore. It's moved. Maidcore is expanding. It's making its way through Europe. Trying to get my money where my mouth is. Feeling like I'm climbing up a mountain. Trying not to slip again. Didn't expect the explosiveness of that drop there. Okay, enough rapping over this random German maidcore artist's music. I love it. Kiyosumi, shout out. Your music's fantastic. I don't know if you speak any English, but wunderbar. Was I like still answering a question or something? What was that last super chat? Tell me what you want ideally. I guess I kind of explained that. Yeah, like ideally I want us to all be actually I found this old story I had forgotten about, and I think I read it on I did a stream that was called like unfinished work or some shit like that. Let's see if this is in here. Yeah, in this random story I started writing, I invented this idea called a vibe controller. A bunch of digitally affected vibey graphic animations play out on screen, forming the HMF and VCC logos out of swirling colors before they dissipate into a screen transition to the live camera footage of two tall guys in VR headsets with corresponding glove controllers standing on stage in front of a live audience on one side and a huge array of laser lights and LED monitors behind them. Basically, the idea here is that it's like DJing in VR, but like in a way where it's like you're playing Beat Saber, but you're like manipulating lights and shit, like basically being in VR and like being a DJ, but you're able to control both the sound and the lights, you know, just like with your hands by like dancing and shit. That would be my ideal. Obviously the technology's not there yet, but this is what I would like, is to be able to just like DJ for you, but not have to be like a sexy bitch at a rave club, you know, because all the DJs you see, they're always some incredibly hot chick in standing in front of like a $80 billion piece of equipment. And I'm just like, I just want to show people cool videos. But I can't show you cool videos if I'm not allowed to stream them. cool. Want to watch a Chapel Roan performance? No, this will definitely get me taken down. SNL, they're evil. Oh, I don't like this outfit. I don't like this outfit at all. Why does she look like a tablecloth? Why does she look like a bronzed tablecloth? No. What happened? You had such a cool outfit in that other video. I've been thinking about making. I was talking in my previous stream about the how Zen Huxtable has those licks videos where it's just like a collection of extremely short moments in songs that he just wanted to remember, and so he collects them. I want to do that with like just brief moments that like there's this moment where she turns right here. Right? That little gesture. That is so cool. I don't know what it is about that, but ever since that literally was the moment I decided Chapel Roan was cool. I was like, I felt nothing about this woman's existence until this exact moment. And then she does this little bit where she like pushes the whole army back. That rules. Just those two little moments. The whole rest of the performance is great, but like those two fucking moments made me decide Chapel Roan, actually, she can perform her fucking ass off. So, you know, let me know if you think that would be an interesting little video to compile. Just a bunch of like 2-second snippets of moments that stick in my brain because they look so cool. Oh, chat. What's up, chat? Y'all got a little quiet. I kind of have to piss again, so now I have to put on another thing to entertain you. I should have... Well, I guess I don't want to get up during Chapel Roan because that'll definitely get me taken down. Why are all these fucking cocksuckers live right now that I don't want to watch at all? What do I want to play? Less Sick Puppy will probably be too copyrighted. What's something I can definitely play while I go piss? That is not too long. Triss. Here we go. Now we're talking. So I've been thinking Lately I've been streaming a lot. And when I've been doing these streams, I just be sitting in that chair and I be not getting up. And it's not good for my back, not one bit. And it's not good for your back either. So we got to implement some group stretching into this show. Therapy, he gets up every so often, you know, he gets the audience to stretch with him. He also makes sure you drink your water, everybody. When you see a sip, take a sip. Let's put on something we can stretch to for a moment. Oh, what it is, oh, what's up? I saw Dochi, and that just immediately popped into my head. Come on, give me an independent artist that I can stretch to. I mean, I guess I could just play my own music. That would probably be good for like my career or something. But I'm sure. Oh, you know what? Let's do a Louis Zong. He's got a lot of fun stuff. I don't know why everything's running like ass. I hope my computer's not about to overheat and reset itself. If I suddenly go dark, it means that my computer just suddenly reset from overheating. Is this a album? That was surprisingly meditative. Wow, that was only 4 minutes. It felt longer. Ooh, good stretching. Refreshing. I hope you all stretched. Amy, good job for stretching. That was so peaceful. Almost forgot that I'm doing a thing and like being here and all that. Where do we want to go from here?
The sorrowful soul lives in your heart. It numbs pain with pain. The singing sword of heartbreak. It knows your name. The sorrowful sword lives in a song from the pain inflicted from when we were small. This sword sings to us late at night when we're alone. It's cold and it's blue through and through. It slices us, it dices us. Just when we think it's gone, the wounds have healed, but we are wrong. The tears fall and we hear that song. The sorrowful song of the sword that sleeps in our heart tears away the love and sets us apart. Forever blue, forever cold, like a ghost story untold. Don't take hold of the sword unless you want to be a real edgelord. Someday you'd like to not have a hole in your heart space for this sword to fit into. If you take it now, your life might be a waste. Oh boy, what will you do? Take the sword and be forever blue, and not you. Stained with pain.
The sorrowful sword lives in your heart. It knows pain with pain. Of heartbreak. It knows your name. It knows your name. It knows your name. It knows your name.
So with regards to the Twitch, we are live on Twitch right now. But yeah, nobody's over there. The reason that I'm not more inclined to go in on Twitch is that I just don't watch it. And like, I don't know, it's I've got the trying not to say the R word that I'm not allowed to say anymore, but I've got the retardation, and I don't know how to do things that make sense. I do things because like they make sense to me. And when it comes to Twitch, like I don't know the culture. Like I don't understand it. I don't watch Twitch streamers. I don't like it just feels like I'm stepping into an alien world whenever I go on there. And I know that it's possible to just like build a Twitch that's entirely insular. Maybe. Actually, I don't know that that's possible. Why would I think that? So yeah, like I feel like I would want to be on Twitch if there were people I knew on Twitch that I wanted to be, you know, like associated with, so to speak. But like part of what I'm trying to achieve right now on YouTube is figure out who do I want to be associated with, and also who wants to associate with me. And this is part of why I'm asking things like what is our bit? Because YouTube will, like, if let's say that Vic, for instance, is a great example, because Victor's audience is mostly my audience, right? Like we share most of the same viewers. So he made this video, Poor Boy Eats, Poor Again. I made a response video, Vlog Siblings. You'll notice they have almost the same view counts. Victor's got a little bit more. His video came out a few days earlier, or a day earlier. Yeah, a day earlier. He had like 700 views before I made my video. So, assuming that his video is going to cap at 700 views, the existence of this one doubled the views on that, and YouTube knows that. YouTube statistically is fully aware that this video leads to this video. So I would be shocked if anybody clicked on this video and Poor Boy Eats didn't somehow, if it doesn't show up, I'm gonna be upset. Like I'm gonna be upset with YouTube right now if I'm not seeing it. YouTube maybe doesn't work. Maybe this website just doesn't work. Oh, that's so sad. It's not there. Well, maybe it'll pick up this association eventually. You would think it would be pretty fucking obvious that these two videos are directly related. It's interesting that this live stream is in the sidebar. I didn't even know live streams showed up in the sidebar like that. Well, unfortunately, YouTube hasn't figured out that these two videos that are intensely correlated should probably be suggested to one another. But ideally, this is how the fucking system's supposed to work. I just realized I'm not even showing you the screen. Sorry. I was not even showing the screen while I was explaining that. I went to my video that's connected to Victor's video, and it didn't show up in the sidebar. Let's see if it does on his video. Let's see if his video shows my video in the sidebar at the very least. Please tell me, YouTube, that you understand these two videos are connected.
Well, hey.
Nope. No. Oh, well, my live stream is there. That's something, at least. That could just be because it's me who's viewing, though, and that it wouldn't be that for anybody else. Theoretically, YouTube will discover that me and Victor have the same audience, and it will recommend our videos to one another's audiences. I don't know how long this is going to take, how much work it's going to take to make that happen. Search an incognito tab. That's a good point. Let's do this incognito. The last one figured he was Magneto. Herovic and Ho. Whoops. Okay. Show me the money. It's a bunch of things that YouTube would like me to see. And a little bit of Vic and Hope. Okay, what is YouTube trying to get somebody who's not a YouTube viewer to watch? Well, John Oliver, Can You Fool a Self-Driving Car? Full White House press briefing with Caroline Leavitt. Samurai Weapons versus the Modern Warrior. Pentagon Press Secretary. So a lot of politics. A lot of politics. I don't know if that's just how YouTube is, or if that's because Victor's audience is political. Let's see what happens if we go to mine. I should probably do this more often. What happens? I want specifically the one that's integrally related to the fucking
Mom and Dad.
video. Interesting. So my newest video comes up first because it is new. The Deep State Explained. Mendocino Historical Review Board. I investigated China's forbidden border with North Korea. Another one of my live streams. So with me, YouTube at least knows to just serve more of my content. Like it knows that if you watch some of my content, you might like to see more of my content. But it doesn't know to connect this to Victor's fucking video. Like, how is that possible? Half of the fucking views came from the link on this video. How many views does it take before YouTube gives a shit about the connection between two videos? Oh, geez. Like, to me, they're like a part 1 and a part 2, which maybe if they were actually labeled that way, it would somehow figure it out. I don't know. I don't know how we establish this. How do we get what Lil B and FD Signifier have? Lil Bill, I mean. I called him Lil B, like the rapper. Like,
all right, so there's two things.
Yeah, see, this is how this was supposed to work. You see what's happening here? Hoteps, the first black radicals. How one word killed black radicals.
This video is sponsored.
That's how this was supposed to work. What do I have to do to make that happen? I guess I gotta ask Nebula. I gotta ask somebody who works for Nebula how they're fucking pulling this off.
All right, so this.
If you're wondering where the theory comes from, I just showed you where the theory comes from. The practice is where the lapse is happening here. But I know they're working really hard to make that happen. So I have to do more. Me and Vic have to do. I guess I have to probably get Vic to start posting my videos to his community tab. That would probably help. I should get him to make a community post about this. I don't know if he cares, though. I don't know how much Victor cares about actually going all in on YouTube. But I kind of share everybody and hope that they'll notice, you know, someone who did express appreciation, Penny Angela. I think this girl's really interesting. This video, I'm a Failure, was the one I was sharing that is basically about her feeling like I have no friends and nobody really acknowledges my existence, and it kind of feels like I just don't even exist at all, you know, like so I'd left a lengthy reply to this. There's a lot of good replies to this, actually. And yeah, obviously her channel inspires a lot of discussion, which is something I look for in a YouTube channel, is that it does that. I found her because of this video, because when David Lynch died, you know, I was watching a bunch of David Lynch content, and she's a huge David Lynch fan. So there's this video, you know, celebrating him as the most important artist of our time. And, you know, make your life a work of art, live cinematically. Messages I agree with, basically. So I see this person and I'm like, okay, well, it would be cool if YouTube associated our channels, you know, like, because I think if you go right from one of my vlogs about life into this vlog about life, it's going to make sense. Or for instance, Shitty Kickflips, who, as we've established in various videos, we are mutual fans of one another. And
images off of Google Images and then say, look at all this work I put into this AI art piece. Aren't I a great artist? I'll laugh at you because you're a fucking clown. Again, fraud isn't cool. I'm not like here advocating for fraud, obvious.
I can't imagine liking my content and not liking Shitty Kickflips' content. So YouTube should definitely be associating.
If you're making AI art like this, you're a fucking poser. Don't pretend like you or the machine are putting in more.
Oh yeah, her audience retention is out of fucking control. Her audience is dedicated. Like almost hitting the sub count with every video that doesn't go like way over it, you know? I wonder if this video references the Leah
Laurel-S,
Tigers.
Patricia Taxon. Black Dresses, Arca. 5-Star Hotel, Uboa. Why do trans women make fucked up music? Why are they so fucking hot? Why can't my guitar tones sound good anymore? If you've been online and you've like listened to any of these artists before, you've probably seen like this cultural meme that goes around that trans women make inherently really fucked up and experimental music. And often the reason that's given is because of gender dysphoria kind of influencing our thought process. Like, yeah, we do make fucked up music, and a lot of it is because of gender dysphoria. But also, I feel like there's some factors that some people kind of ignore.
I hate X.
You gotta let me out of here. You gotta let me out here. I'm in jail. I'm in prison. You gotta let me out. Let me out. You can interpret art however you want. 1000 Gex could be about the fall of Troy if you really want it to be. My primary issue is with the idea that our fucked up art inclinations as any kind of biological basis. I believe societal factors have more of an influence over this kind of thing. All right, check the fit. We got fruity, and we got trans. First off, trans women live in a society, and society hates us because we fuck too many bitches and stack too much paper. And because of this, we're kind of pushed out of mainstream society into subcultures and countercultural movements. These countercultural movements are often associated with music. You look at punk, for example, which has historically been pretty LGBT friendly, all things considered. You look at bands like Gloss, they're making super hardcore punk. And they're trans as fuck. It's cool. Speaking from personal experience, I know more transgender punks than I do cis punks, but also I know more trans people than cis people, so I think my perspective's a little fucked up. How far do you want me to go up?
Just that far.
Okay. Skippity Toilet is like the Generation Alpha homestead. Another really obvious social movement that trans people often fall into is socialism. And in the 21st century, at least, a lot of socialist art tends to lean more abstract and less realistic, which in the dirt.
All right, Gary paid me to turn off the wall of noise, I guess.
Yeah, let's get more dirt rolling. I think we've had enough dirt rolling. I want
The
people to think
sight
about
of blue
why
out of the
art
corner of my
exists,
eye literally like
why
woke
certain
me from a
pieces-
trance. As if it were the sound of a cha-ching in the distance. Yeah, anyway, I highly recommend. I think that she just came to the same conclusion by observation, but Leah Tigers, legendary trans journalist, wrote this legendary article, A Sex Close to Noise, about the history of trans women making noise music, because indeed it is a deep fucking rabbit hole. And I happen to be in that rabbit hole because I'm also a trans woman who makes noise music, obviously. Circa at least 2013. Yeah, not the most exciting noise, but this was the first like self-produced hip hop that I did that I was proud of. Like I was like, this actually kind of fucks.
Relegated to what you seek, relevance, but truth is you speak less than elegant, and I'll be heading up the troops on the united front of proof that can do attitude, remove a few to add a new musical tune to their car, playing their part to keep fattest dudes awake, alive, and mad at you, who don't see how you're sad. Excuse for so much lack of gratitude would put you in the ratter's noose.
I have to highlight the ratter's noose. Because you know my dead name is Conrad, so this is the only time I've ever referred to myself as the Ratter. It just fit. It rhymed with gratitude. Ratter's noose. That's the only reason. But I I went that far for that rhyme. I can't even really take credit for this noise though, because this is just from Electric Dragon 80,000 volts, which if you've never seen, if you like noise music and old Japanese movies, I wonder how much of this I could get away with actually watching, because it's not very long. It would be really fun to watch. I guess I've got the oh, this is the whole thing. Subs in Spanish though.
Go. ダメージを受けてしまっている、いわゆる獣。
One of my favorite things in movies is shots where I cannot tell what it is at first. Like if I'm just looking at it and I'm like, well, that's neat, but what the fuck am I looking at? And then like as it pans, you slowly realize what it is. One of my favorite. It's techno lies. Anyway, it's a very noisy film. This guy's Raiden Buddha. He's the bad guy. And basically, he kills the main character's iguana, so they have to fight about it. Oh, he also got gets killed with the guitar, but then he rebuilds the guitar to take the guitar. Yeah, take that head. I think he just shouted something about how expensive his guitar was at this man that he's beating his ass. Yeah. Anyway, obviously this is the greatest movie ever fucking made. And I've been meaning to watch this video about the director.
Gets hammered down. It's a commonly known Japanese
I know I started
saying.
this, but then I was like, this is
promotes
too interesting and I
conformity.
need to do it another time. Let's go ahead and subscribe to them so that I'll remember to do that. Okay, but I also want to hear, because this movie has the coolest soundtrack. And there's a few songs from the soundtrack that are not in the movie. And they're hard to fucking find. I had uploaded one of them at one point, but then I think I got a copyright claim or something. I don't want speed. I want mix. God damn it. I can never find the one I want. I know there's a video of the whole fucking goddamn soundtrack. What the hell? Why is So Great and Power? Wait. Okay, this is a playlist YouTube made for me. I was about to be tripping. I was like, why is So Great and Powerful Rina Sawayama and 100 Gex in this playlist? This makes no fucking sense. This is a really interesting playlist that YouTube has made for me here. What the fuck? Psychedelic Brony. Fucking Tyler the Creator and my own videos. This is a weird experience to even look at. Okay. Enough. I've gone too far. I'm tripping now. What are you guys talking about? What's happened since Gary gave me that money? Let's see. Throbbing Gristle. I've never listened to. Lane Core. We could do some Lane Core. Just skip to like the middle. To those, since some of you knew the director of Electric Dragon, I'm going to ask if you know this other movie called Bright Future. Oh my god, the whole fucking thing is on YouTube. This movie is a trip. Basically, like, these two guys are like regular ass like day job workers, like stalkers at this guy's company. And after an interaction, a particularly invasive interaction with him, this guy decides he's going to murder him. And when he goes to go do it, this guy has just done it already. And so he ends up going to prison, and I think he kills himself in prison. And this is a weird way to describe it, but it's kind of like a Gurren Lagann situation where like that guy was his Kamina, like the person who was just so much more outrageously like, you know, about it, that now he has to live in the wake of that. And so the rest of the movie is him kind of like figuring out how, you know, how to like be, how is he going to be, you know, it's a very like, I mean, let me just show you what the final scene of this movie is. This isn't a spoiler because it totally breaks away from the plot. Like literally the last like 5 minutes of the film have nothing to do with the characters, that have been there throughout the rest of the film. It's basically like a separate short film almost that expresses more casually what the film is about. But I think simply playing this for you will be enough for you to get a sense of whether this movie would be your kind of thing. I'll skip through it because I'm worried. Well, I mean, it's all on YouTube, so it's probably not copyright. 1,000 views. There's no subtitles though. So none of these characters were in the movie at all. It's just like a group of teens. They're hanging out at this diner, kind of talking about nothing, and they're all wearing Che Guevara t-shirts and open, like they're all wearing this outfit and kicking these boxes down the road and just. I like to think the ending of K-On! Was inspired by this. Yeah, it just kind of goes like this for a little while. Hello, Sarah. Lucario, I would say Love and Pop was very low budget. In fact, it kind of like it was only possible because cameras had gotten so cheap.
No, my love that golden head. My love fashion's golden head. My love that golden head. My love fashion's golden head. My love that golden head. My love fashion's golden head. My love that golden head. My love fashion's golden head. My love that golden head. My love fashion's golden head. My love that golden head. My love fashion's golden head. My love that golden head. My love fashion's golden head. My love that golden head. My love fashion's golden head.
It's about cats. Drive the town game with Tony. Meal reward? Have celery. Oh, wait, here it's about to happen. This is the part. where your brain does the nice thing. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait. Okay. I'm still waiting, right? Here it comes.
Is what we like, is what we like, is what we like, and what we like, is what we like, is we like, is what we like, is what we like. Tails, style with a zone. Oh, tails, same thing. Tails, oh, tails. Oh, tails, change. Oh, tails, change style. Oh, tails, change style. Oh, tails, change style. Oh, tails, change style. Oh, tails, change style.
Someone discovered this in the Discord the other day, and it was really good. Shout out if you're here. Also, floor is open to suggestions. Shout out CC. Cole said less B&B, and I was about to pause it and then correct it to yes B&B, and I was like, oh yeah. Does it sound correct again, Amy, or does it? How does it sound now? There's like two options for this microphone for some reason.
Circles on the side, turn around, there's no use. Pumping all the same blood through laceless swim, trying to make its way out on the bruise. Colors changing by the tides, just starting with the same pale blue. Looking through the sky over the city, obviously everything's a loop. It's so sad when we're up, we're falling back, sinking underneath the grass, lifting halfway through the atmosphere. Good time for air again. Pale spots, fingers pressed on hands. We'll watch falling in again. You'll always be my best friend. You'll always around. Silicone tight, pretty on the inside. I miss when you soft, I miss when you soft. Silicone bliss, kiss me on the wrist, 'cause you know me too well, you know me too well. Silicone tight, pretty on the inside. I miss when you soft, I miss when you soft. Silicone.
You know I'm wifey, I love to get my things nicely. Look too good but stay back quietly. Wanna be mine, that won't be likely. Call me Brandy, boy is mine. Hold me close more than one time. Two like me, you just won't find.
I know you love when I pop my sheets. Scroll on the gram like all my pics. A bad girl need PDA. Grab my ass with the man them sick. Better let the world all know. Give me that ring, let the gal them know. Then I'm wifey for sure. Hold up, baby, call my phone. I know you. I've been disappeared. Abandoning me. Feels like a striptease. Abandoning me.
FKA Twigs fans are hating on her. Why? What did she do? It's not about fucking having Northwestern or song, is it? 'Cause that would suck. It's not. That ain't nobody's. Ain't nothing to be upset about. The song is awesome.
Of joy like this, I'm fantasy.
Definitely gonna get copyright blocked if I play too much FKA Twigs, but canceling shows and being terminally online, seeing all and every criticism, that's unfortunate. But that doesn't make me mad at her. That makes me sad for her. I'm sure she's not doing it because she like super duper wants to. But some people, it seems like they have a difficult time taking care of themselves. And I would describe her as one of those people, you know, like a lot of the vibe of this album is like trying to deal with the fact that you are somebody who like habitually puts yourself through abusive relationships and like kind of like knows you're gonna do it again. Like she doesn't give the vibe of like you know, like I'm gonna make sane decisions about who I date in the future. It's like I need to be more careful because I am going to make insane decisions about who I date in the future. um but yeah. I hope that she does. She's one of those characters who has been so publicly through tragedy, that it's becoming like what I think people associate with her is like seeing her as a tragic figure, which is tragic in and of itself, you know, like you hope that she'll also be known for all the, you know, the good stuff. But yeah, I like the album quite a bit. That was the first like new album I was really into this year. The ones that have really got me, the one that I did not expect to love, and it's not like, I don't know, it's not that it's like incredible, but it's really good, and like every song is solid. My favorite ones doesn't have a video yet. God damn it. Original music, like it was going to be non-original music or something. I don't know. I guess because she's associated with not having written her first song, they have to clarify this is original music. I'm only gonna play bits of this.
Baby, you can keep your tears in my pocket. Take me deep into your fears, it's hypnotic. You can keep your tears in my pocket, in my pocket, my pocket. You my pocket, pocket, my pocket, my pocket. Yeah. See the look on your face, I like the way you get on my phone. Maybe that makes me bad.
Funny that this Rebecca Black song has sugar in the name. It made me think Rebecca Sugar for a second. Y'all remember Rebecca Black, right? Y'all remember Friday, right? This is Friday Girl. This is what Friday Girl is up to right now. Real hot girl shit. Landon with $5 says, "Listen to The Wild Come Home and watch some Love Live, you fucker. I know you will find it better than K-On! It's God tier. You know you're wrong, but we'll listen to The Wild Come Home." I will be skipping around for copyright purposes, Landon, just to let you know the way I'm running it right now. Oh, although it has 145 views, so maybe this is not a signed band. I'm not sure. Holy fuck. Dope cover art. Okay, it's just very old.
You were like
2013 album uploaded in 2024. That is why there are so few views,
I
I'm sure.
needed it the most. A breath of life to a withered soul. A ghost of flood.
Landon, why is every song you send me the saddest thing I've ever heard in my life?
Now there's ones in this world who accept it as it is. They say it's been so it must be. But there's ones like you. You're never complete, so I'll try forever. And the heartbreak's not as bad as it seems. You find in your dreams.
it all fits in the darkness. There's always a
This is like emo Bob Dylan. Okay, here we go. All right, there's a song in here. And now we're fucking cooking.
I thought if I searched hard enough that I could see your face. In the patterns of the trees, I learned what's real is what we make. And blinded by the Midwestern sky, I realized you survived inside.
All right, Landon, I take it back. This song actually goes hard as fuck. The first half was fucking made me want to kill myself, but the second half makes me want to come back to life. Yeah, you're really gonna make me do this. All right. What is the safest Love Live play on stream? Maybe like a fan tape or something planned, you know, that like won't get too killed.
Everything will turn and come back around again. It's the spiral of time, the course of our lives, the way things have always been. So I know somewhere on down the...
Sorry, I forgot about mixing the audio. I was saying, okay, Gary, you're gonna make me do this. What is a Love Live I can get away with? Like, what is something that won't kill me to play, like, or maybe a fan version or a slant version of a Love Live that I could get away with playing. How is this audio mix? Do you understand me like this? And still hear the music. I feel like if I talk and I play the music at the same time, YouTube just completely garbles it. Actually, I think a big part of the problem is StreamYard. I always end up when I watch these streams back regretting how bad the audio is. Like, I'm always like, oh God, you guys, your experience is not what mine is. You know, I'm hearing it normal and clear, and you're hearing it like garbled and shit. And I think StreamYard's bitrate has something to do with it. But you know, if it doesn't suck so much that everybody leaves, then it can't be so bad, right? Gary Roast Daddy. Oh, you're saying Gary is the Roast Daddy, right? Is that what you're saying? Gary Roast Dad, or are you telling Gary to roast Daddy? And who is Dad? Who is the Gary the Roast Daddy? Kaon is 8. Love Live is 10. I will not disparage Kaon, but Love Live is its own thing. They shouldn't be pitted against each other. I agree with that. Well, it's my fault that the reason Landon is doing that is because I pitched them against each other. Because my take on Love Live was, what bothered me about it is that it is like a blatant like fantasy in these ways that like the characters just don't act like people, you know? And like with Kaon, there is at least an attempt to make them act like people that has made I think that's why the show translates so well to like, particularly why like young girls like Kaon so much is because it is they act like real girls, you know? And like in Love Live, it's like too fake, and it feels weird when like, particularly I criticize the fact that like in episode 3 or so, there's a part where like the girls are talking about needing to lose weight, and like they all look anorexic, you know? And it's like I can't deal with the cognitive dissonance. Like it drives me insane. And also I don't like any of the music. So that's a big part of it, you know? I'm sure that like the point of Love Live is just so different from the point of Kaon that it is legitimately like a totally different appeal. But comparing them helps me to like help you understand, like, yeah, but the appeal of K-On! Is, to me, is all the things Love Live doesn't have, you know? And what Love Live does have does not appeal to me by comparison, particularly, again, the music. I love the music in K-On! Because it's like rock music. It's not pop music. Like Idol. It's not Idol music. It's K-On! It's light music. Oh. I'm already annoyed. You know, like the start of the clip is fucking 10 girls going "Ooh!" at the same time. Like, the voices are cute.
優しいお父さん、去年までサンタさんが来てく中見てごらんなさい。それはダメよ。痛い。何よ。ダメだよ。それを言うのは重罪だよ。そうにゃ、マキちゃんの人生を左右する一言になるにゃ。だってあのマキよ。あのマキが。ダメ。
No. Absolutely not. Nothing about this. Nothing about it. Not one single aspect of this is appealing to me in any way. It's just not, it's not interesting or good. Nothing about it is particularly appealing. They got them glassy eyes, you know, them creepy ass glassy eyes. Postmodern Love Songs is premiering, I guess, in 13 hours. I'm sure that'll be cute. New Denzel Curry coming out. Watch Burning Ranger Silkyon.
Hey, it's James. Omatase. I meant to
Omatase.
To what? What did I reacted? 20 minutes. Silicon. No, there will be not the cool ass logo. It's gonna be this all the time. Not the but
You have to have it that small, James.
That the I love that.
I don't. Are you worried about copyright on this? Is this a copyrighted? Let's just watch the fucking thing. This cannot be a copyrighted material if you are concerned about getting flagged. A subsidiary of Flaccid Entertainment. I really love that it does not mention whatsoever that it is going to be a Childish Gambino remix. You're just like, oh, let me listen to the Mario Kart Wii song. Then what the fuck? Why do I hear Childish Gambino? Unfortunately, I do not like this music. Oh, this looks kind of like a place I've been. This place, Calico Ghost Town. It was an old mining town, silver mining town, in California. But since it's no longer a mine, they just turned it into a tourist trap. And there's also a campgrounds there, which is pretty cool. I would say the tourist trap is like it's worth looking at, not really like being in, but the camp, it's a cool place to camp. All right, let's watch the stuff I'm getting paid to watch by Gary Always. CG5X CYN. Let me in. Let me in. All right.
You will not talk to me, so we'll take the place of the one you trusted. A new assembly, a host that had to be readjusted. Began lobotomy, but the short is invitation. So let's sort out this equation. I'm just over the salvation. Let me in.
I like it.
Welcome to the void. You must be destroyed. I am your new friend, the absolute end. Become my new toy. Your backups, they will forgive me. I will never let you outlive me. Anywho, it's better to assimilate the next time. Let me in. Let me in. Idiot.
Actually goes fucking really hard. I just realized you cannot hear me if I'm trying to talk over this, can you? This shit goes hard.
Oops.
That was fucking great. I've never heard of CG5, but that was dope. It reminded me of I guess mostly Paris, like with an inverted A. I don't know if that's how you say her name. Or like some of the songs from that new Jenny album. Not really. None of them go that hard. I feel like there's somebody else I'm forgetting. It sounds like the kind of thing that Bird would listen to, which is good because that means I can play it for him in the car and be like, "This is Murder Jones music." All right, Landon. You said Love Live is special, no slander. You're being ridiculous. Gary has my back. Trixie, I'm coming for you. Go see Landoname top 10 fully explored. We will remind everyone. We'll remind everybody of Landoname's. Wait, this is top 50, not top 10. I like how your last couple of videos are just called Around 20 Anime Recommendations, and they have the exact same thumbnail. Oh, it's a re-upload. Wait. Oh, you just left up the one with the poor audio. Okay. Well, fair enough. I guess it has comments. That's hilarious. Okay. Old but good. Here we go. There's a top 10 here.
Hello everyone. Welcome to a new video. I'm really excited about this one. I wanted to make a top 50 favorite anime. Below. Entry number 3. Love Live School Idol Project, Love Live Sunshine, and Love Live Nijisaki Gakuen School. All three together. We're grouping them together. It's just the entire Love Live franchise. The third amount of 9 Girls is airing right now as I speak. And
Landon,
Sunrise has been doing.
this better not be an unbroken, unedited clip of Love Live that you are playing in this video. Do you have any copyright claims on this video by chance that I should know about before I play any more of this? Is this a copyright safe video? Because sometimes just because a video is up doesn't mean it don't got no claims on it. And it wouldn't be a claim, it would be no, it would be, right? What do they call it? They have so many different words for what it is. Okay. All right, you're saying it has no restrictions? I'll believe you.
Doing this for years since School Idol Project came out in
Oh,
2000.
wait. Lucario, did you edit this video? This is no, you couldn't have done this one. This is from 2021. But you're saying you edit to avoid copyright when you edit for him. Well, that's good. But I don't trust this from way back in 2021.
You would think that a big otaku like me would not really enjoy a show that has per season 9 girls who are just like, singing and trying to achieve their dreams, but Love Live is special. It's always going to be special to me. I have more figures of this show than I have of any other anime.
Can confirm.
It is the heart of the idol genre, but also at the same time, showing a group of people that fucking blaze a trail for all that follows throughout this entire series is probably the most powerful thing I have ever seen in any form of storytelling or art. The entire Love Live franchise will always be. It'll always be here. I love it to pieces, and everyone please check it out. It's long between Love Live School Idol Project and Sunshine being both 2 seasons plus their movies. And Nijigasaki is airing literally right now, and I'm sure there's going to be a second season. But it's all just continuing the legacy that it should be, and I love it. So Love Live is number 3. Entry number 2, Tennis no Oji-sama, or the Prince of Tennis franchise. I made a video about this.
I got a piece, so you're going to listen to Landon's number 2 and maybe number 1 favorite anime also.
Too long ago, a couple months ago, kind of drunk, just ranting about it. The Prince of Tennis is a series that spans several hundred episodes between 2001 and 2015, and sometimes they come out with like new specials and what have you. Ryoma Etchison is probably one of my favorite anime characters of all time, being a guy who was never into sports but wished I was. And you watch new Prince of Tennis and also Shin Prince of Tennis, and it's a coming of age of this kid's entire career. And if you watch it episode by episode, just if you want a sports anime that is very long, it is fucking amazing. And to me, it's something that I know it's not perfect, but it's something that I love. Blah blah blah. And I will love it until the day I die, I'm sure. Entry number 2 is The Prince of Tennis. Please go watch it.
Okay, finally, here we are. Entry number 1. Gosick, or Goshiku, or translated to Gothic. Gosick is my favorite anime of all time. On August 10th, 2013, yes, I remember the date, I watched Gosick for the first time. A Victorian-era mystery romance. Sounds bizarre, I know, but Gosick represents everything that I believe in politically and in my life.
Why is the Go 6 section so much goddamn louder than the previous sections?
I relate to Kazuya Kujo, the main character, so much, and Victorique, and all of their adventures literally inspired me to start learning how to speak hiragana, katakana, and read kanji, and read the entire novels by Katsushi Sakuraba. And I read all of them, and I'm obsessed with this show. I don't know what it is, but Gosick is the most tight-knit 10 out of 10 masterpiece I have ever watched. And the anime done by Studio Bones, which obviously Studio Bones does My Hero Academia, and they also did like Wolf's Rain, lots of stuff that's very popular because they're, you know, a very good studio. But Gosick, just to me personally,
Wait, Landon. So have you read all of the Ghostic books? How many are there? And is it still going?
is the greatest anime ever made. It's hard. It's crazy to think that it's been 7 years since I first watched it. I have the entire Blu-ray. I have every single episode. I have as much merchandise of it as I could possibly get. Gosick means the world to me. I light up when somebody talks about Gosick. If anyone is watching this video, please, I beg you, go watch Gosick. It's my favorite anime of all time. And
Okay. What is Magical Girl and Evil Lieutenant used to be arch enemies? I guess I can just look it up, but you know, in the end of K-On! Season 1, when Yui is running back to the concert and we see how much she's grown and how determined she is compared to the beginning. Yes. Imagine that, but it's several members of the group, and it's not just their own personal growth that's spurring them on. It's the whole school having to come together to support them. I don't have to imagine that because there's a little fucking show called Gakuen Utopia Manabi Straight where that's exactly what happens. It's one of my favorite anime. Remember when UFO Table was cool? Oh, this is a way higher quality upload from UFO Table. Probably should have gone straight to there.
Shokun, 私は学園を愛している。その愛する学園は船舶にも程がある経営判断によって経営統合という事態を免れざるを得ない状況となり果てた。少子化の加速、思想の変遷、社会情勢の変化等、本校を取り巻く環境が悪化したことも加味されてしかるべきだが、解雇主義という我々の未来を阻む保守的な教育現場の自堕落な思想が生んだ自己崩壊であることを合併校が表しているではないか。体制は我々にその責任の一端を課そうとしている。己の怠惰な思想と所業を棚に上げ、既得権益を学校の存続という美辞令句にとし、我々を欺くことで学園祭を中止にしようと企んでいる。我々が望むものは。
Can I just mention how fucking well written this translation is?
なんだ、謝罪ではない、妥協ではない。学園祭。そう、学園祭だ。かつての偉い人はこう言いました。書を捨て、街に出よう。またある人は言いました。ほらほら、これが僕の骨だ。そしてある少年は激しい戦いの後、こう言いました。僕にはまだ帰れる場所があるんだ、と。我々が望むものは美味しい食事でも成金たちが出す小銭商売の服でもない。学園祭なのだ。最高にキラキラワクワクする学園祭を渇望しているのだ。学園祭を、21世紀最大の学園祭、大学園祭を。1秒前では想像もできない創造性とイノベーションに富んだ大学園祭を。西欧学園高校生徒全員の一大全学園祭教。
I got totally absorbed into watching Manabi Straight just now and like legitimately forgot what I was doing. All right, we got to listen to this Yul song that Cole suggested, which will probably have the same effect on me if I'm being honest, but I do kind of have to skip through this probably to avoid copyright. This girl kind of sounds like Shirakami Fubuki. I don't know if you mean the main girl who was speaking. That was What's her fucking name? Ah! I can remember that she sang the Toradora ending theme, but I can't remember her name. She's one of those Forever 17 voice actresses who's had a lot of facial work done. I don't know why I remember mean facts about her. All right, enough. Let's watch this Yule. Yeah. Yui Horie. Yeah, Yui Horie. No, not her. I'm wrong. That can't be right. Because she's too young. Or is it her? Am I... Because I remember Yui Horie. I remember the person I'm thinking of being an older person. No, it is her. I guess I just thought she was older than she is. Well, she's 48. Okay, I'm looking at years active. That's where I'm fucking up. I thought it said she was born in 1997. I was like, what the fuck? That's not possible. Okay, no, she was born in 1976. That makes a lot more sense. So she's about 50. I was like, why did I remember her being much older than she looks? Because this is not a 50-year-old woman by any stretch of the imagination in this photo. This is from 2018, so 40. This is 40-year-old Yui Horie. That is the point I was trying to make. Okay. I'm not trying to bully her. She's an incredible actress. Let's move on to the Yule song. This is one of those songs that as I'm hearing it, I'm like, I've definitely listened to this a bunch of times and would not have been able to tell you that. Like, the only Yule song that I specifically remember is I Want To, or For You. For You, I Want To. That's what it is. I mean, we'll play this song first, but I'm sure I like immediately recognized this as a song. Wait, is this a TikTok song? Is this in TikToks? Because I feel like I've heard this in the background of like trippy shit happening in like a like a YouTube short or something.
Rotting in your bed when was the last time you were fed enough
Not a
love,
TikTok song.
enough love,
And I've probably just listened to it a bunch of times. And
you pretend to
if it's not a TikTok song, I've probably just listened to it independently a bunch of times and dissociated so much through it that I forgot.
like you are miserably. Count how many shadows you see right above me violently, biting off the flesh of your arm, of your own. The frequencies rattling just like you.
The noisy guitar noise, really, really, I love it. Okay, this part. Fuck.
Angel cries and cries and cries.
I should be subscribed. This one. This one hits me all up in my feels. This is a song I spent some time with during an emotional period. Right, Gary. Okay. No more of that. This is probably copyrighty. That was the last super chat request, right? No, I don't remember reading this from Landon. No, Gary, I don't celebrate Christmas because I'm not a man-child who celebrates a god. Also, I have a video where I review Manabi called 10 Scenes That Made Me Cry. Watch that. Trixie audio is trash, sadly. All right. I don't know why you're going to put us all through what you have described as trash audio, but I love Manabi straight and I want to look at it more. So we're going to do your bidding. Scenes That Made Me Cry. I'm gonna have For You I Want To stuck in my fucking head all night now. Oh, for you I want to. Oh, for you I want to. Where the fuck is this shit? Am I blind? Okay.
How was everyone? Landon here. If you were having a good day.
Manabi Straight also caused me to have a total emotional breakdown when I watched it for the first time. Like probably one of the top like 3 to 5 most intense emotional breakdowns I ever had was after watching Manabi Straight. In the summer of going into 11th grade, I think.
Incredible anime. Up now is an anime that is my favorite of the school genre. Not to be confused with some in my
Wait
top
a
10
minute.
that happen to just be in my...
Wait a minute. If Manabi is your favorite of the school genre, how the hell did Love Live get there? Is this before you had seen Love Live or something?
favorites that also took place in high school. This is legit my favorite high school anime. Here it is. It made me cry. A lot. Gaku and Utopia, Manabi Straight. Coming back to Manabi made me very happy. Though Manabi Straight is an absurd one that I've experienced. When I first made my top 50 favorite anime blog almost 2 years ago on Anime Amino,
I placed it at number 16. It has never fluctuated from that position. It has been at number 16 in my top 20 for a long time. I still feel it's deserving of this.
And it's
since
such
it
an
really
odd
loved it.
slot to find
I really
yourself
embraced
couched in.
Manabi and company for the heartwarming.
I don't think I've ever had a specific bespoke number 16 favorite anime before. No, that's not true. I'm sure I have, but I don't think it's ever kept that spot for very long. My favorites have always been totally mercurial and subject to change every couple months. So I stopped trying to keep track of them at some point. Like, if anybody asks, my favorite anime is Shirobako because it's a very easy answer. And I don't want to have to think about it.
Warming and struggling story they told me. Beset in a universe where the population is so small that the need for high school is becoming irrelevant. Manabi and her friends are the last of a dying breed. Some of the very few students left that will never get to experience that joyous or hard time that is high school. This plot structure of a high school anime was super unique to me, and props to UFO Table because I really connected with it. As someone who found high school mostly to be a waste of time and my parents' money, seeing it reflected oppositely in an anime with a
I can't stop giggling about I don't celebrate Xmas because I'm not a man-child who celebrates a god. This is why we're friends, Landon, because you say shit like this.
character I actually give a shit about was surreal. Manabi made me excited. Her gung-ho nature.
Sarah, he could very well have recorded this with a can of beans. I don't think Landon understands how any technology works. He just kind of keeps fucking with it until it somehow starts recording, and then he goes, "Oh shit, is this recording? Let me say all this stuff."
About everything to do with her school was so endearing. She promised everyone that if this school is gonna die and the idea of school in general is on its way out, then we are taking the traditions of the students who came before and going out with a bang.
And
Memories that will last.
Sounds like me just bullying with no basis. Remember, Landon cannot figure out how to use Discord. That's why he's not in the Discord.
Us a lifetime. We must embrace it. Since most people just go and get career positions and don't go to school anymore, she knows that her time at this school and with her friends is special. Manabi shows the viewers to appreciate the times you have with these people now, because all good things must come to an end. This isn't the only anime on this list to display that theme either, mind you.
Some young person, please come teach old man Landon, age 29 or whatever, however ancient you are, how to use Discord. These elderly zillennials don't know how to use Discord.
In the last episode, after the 1.5-year time skip, and Manabi, Mika, Munaha, and Mutsuki come back to the school, just to take one final trip down memory lane, hits me in the feels like a bullet train every fucking time I watch it. This show told me to appreciate the things that you can appreciate in general.
27
in life as they come.
You should have been born with a Discord. It's been a decade that we've been using this as the main way that people talk on the internet. You got to learn how to use it. I don't think we're making another one. I don't think they're going to launch a new chat app.
Because it won't last forever. I think this time around, after coming back to this anime, I'll keep the message that Gaku and Utopia Manabi Straight left behind a little bit closer to me. This next anime has a pretty touchy subject behind it, but I still feel as though it helped me and my friend who watched it with me bond pretty closely, even though that it's...
This isn't about Manabi Straight anymore. Fuck this shit. For some reason the Persona 3 fucking opening just entered my head. I don't know why this happened, but I'm just following the Great Magnet at this point. I'm going to obnoxiously sing over this for copyright purposes, and I don't really know the words because they're incomprehensible. If you told me that Akiyuki Shinbo directed this opening under a fucking pseudonym, I would believe you. I would just believe you. What will we do, everyone?
I will
How off time is it when I sing over shit? Because if it's like, if it's not bad, I'll do more of it. But if it's bad, I don't want it. I don't want to torture anybody with off, because I know that off timeness will drive some of you completely insane. Like, it was pretty perfect, not too bad. Okay, well that's good. And I don't mean like me singing off time. I just mean like the program will pick up my voice a little later than it plays the audio. So it's like I am kind of like trying to like rush it. Like I'm trying to sing slightly early. It's not really easy to do that, but like I'm trying to like almost be too fast so that it will sync better. But my instinct is usually to sing late, so it's probably on balance, just putting me right where I need to be. I don't know where to go from there though. I have to piss again, and that brought too much energy forward out of my body. Now I'm like awake again. Oh, let's rely on old reliable peak only. By which I mean new reliable. This playlist is now public on my channel. I was going to add more to it before I made it public, but it's already so fucking long that I have not made it through the whole thing in one go yet. So this is my go-to. This is who I was trying to find. Yes, perfect, cool. I didn't realize she was in this playlist. I wanted to play one of these videos earlier. Okay, I'm sure I played more of that than I'm like allowed to, but I think her videos are aesthetic perfection.
bitches on me, they got nothing on me. From sitting pretty, riding in the city, titties, sitting pretty, flyers in the city. Money to JFK, I have nothing on the plane. I'm tired, it's getting late, I got too much on my plate. Say it, I can say it, bring your pieces, bring your clothes, take a peek. I'm in Paris with Emma, we take pictures on the cat, put a flies in the cat. Java lobster battles, what you mean by reimburse? She thought that I would pay, but there's only glass in my purse. Pretty I'm not your pay, pretty I'm not your pay. Pretty I'm not your pay, pretty I'm not your pay. Pretty I'm not your pay, pretty. She thought that I would pay, but there's only glass in my purse. Harder than this play, I eat up the whole universe. This is real body poetry, so copy, read up, and observe. Trying to spread from my dumb for what I am getting to the back. Feeling pretty, lucky ladies, doing pretty.
This video like overloads my mind actually. Like the aesthetics are so unfathomably on point for me. Like I'm like it's occurring to me. They're like in a video store, you know, like the collision of like there's a lot of 90s like reference, but it doesn't feel retro at all. Like it feels hyper modern. Like it's bringing those retro aesthetics into a new place and making them good again. And I'm like, how even so good?
I turned on the news
And it said that I was.
the United States, the United States, the most wanted person in the United States, in the United States, the United States, the most wanted person in the United States.
Yeah, I'm really clear. I just feel body in my inner. Then I took a car and I thought to them together. I think I was talking not a mountain summer. Don't pardon me, I am not your mother. I never shut the fuck up when I'm talking. You see me on the fucking news and I'm laughing. Your shit's so funny. I just killed your dad and then I took his money. Come to California, hot like the heat is. Can't believe you didn't fucking I'm up in the air. Like that, yeah, it's hot like that. Is it hot like that? Yeah,
That is fucking grotesque. I agree. 100 peaks. All right, I probably can't really play 100 gex like that, can I?
The United States. Gone in the backseat, ready to go. Don't
Many
need to ask me. I got the gun in the backseat, ready to go. Don't need to ask me. I'm a real killer. Never fall asleep without my finger on the trigger. I just put body in a thing in the river. Did it all again, and I'm in the prison dinner. Oh, now I'm just running. $10,000 for my body in a costume. Traveled to the sun with my photo in the middle. I can hear it coming up behind me when they're yelling. But they never catch me. Sleeping in a pillow in the bottom of the bathroom. It's so hard when I get like that. I was kind of funny when I'm putting in the pot. Yeah.
I'm ready!
I turned on the news and it said that I was gay and dead. Any Alice Long You Gao fans around? She got her start being produced by his name's Dylan Brady, right? The Geck. You know. The one that's not Laura Letts. Whose name I definitely didn't completely forget 2 streams ago. I'd have to be reminded by all of you. Now you're hearing this through like the shittiest imaginable quality you could be, but if you hear this song on like some good speakers, it's such a like fucking deeply cloudy mix, like miasma of a mix. It's fucking, it is the most floating ass.
LGBT, more like LGBT. A lot of you lesbians are fucking crazy. You kiss me a couple times and then you ghost me. You start a relationship, but then you're sneaky. A lot of you lesbians, not all of you lesbians, but most of you lesbians are fucking crazy. I love it. I love it, love it. I love it. I love it, love it. I love it. I love it when you're fucking crazy. I love it.
Let me just say, first of all, this is the greatest song title ever. And it definitely unlocked something in my brain that turned me against straight people in like a major way. Where like I had been pretty indifferent / maybe even okay with heteros until I heard "Let's hope heteros fail, learn, and retire," and I was like, you know what? Yeah.
Imagine a world with no heteros. Got Apple Pay on my telephone. To drag run with all my girls. I screamed, I woke up, I'm covered with cold sweat. That guy, yes, that heterosexual guy, his hands were on my thighs. We were in a shitty club, surrounded by a sea of his hetero friends. LGBT, if you don't, you don't. Let's hope heteros fail, learn, retire. They're intimidated cause I'm bored, cunty, sexy. I fuck around to figure out, but they get in my way. Got me traumatized, I cry along until it goes low. Me to the wall, emotional, but I don't give a fuck. Let's hope heteros fail, learn, retire. They're intimate. True. House lab. True. Sephora. Not true. But what is even true? Let's hope. I need therapy and better health. Use code LG for 10% off. We can talk it out, or we can zap.
I love that video. I need more of a wake up after that, though. This one's from the Gex guy.
Hello, kitty, came up to fight. I'm flashing your fire, my butterfly knife. I'm standing on the floor of your grave. The smell of paper blowing my face.
Alright, we don't need to listen to the trauma dump part of that one. Y'all seen this before? Let me know if you somehow... This has like 4.5 million views. I'd be shocked if you have. Night, Cole.
これあとどんくらいで着く感じ？あと5時間くらい。まだそんなかかんの？
She was like, "What time is it?" And she's like, "Late." And she's like, "I took that long." And she's
い
like,
やだっ
"Yeah."
て5時間はかかると思わないじゃん。普通1時間とかで着くと思ってたから。そんぐらいかかるべ。いや違う。そんな5時間ってガチの旅するつもりじゃないんだから。ねえなんで？ねえこれ曲とかかけていい？今交通情報聞いてるからダメ。帰るよ。聞けよ。3週連続1位を記録しました。18月21日リリースのマキナの好きなやつじゃん。いや好きってね。キラキラの星空が右のより溶けてゆく。ふわふわ無重力恋めく星の恋。やっぱ早すぎた。
Don't believe that story has been continued yet. Y'all still awake? Anybody still around? Still. This'll wake you up.
There's a cafe. Can I get a coffee and then we can go? We get a coffee.
Real alligator bay shit.
Look at her.
I know you do now. But wait for it. Wait. Make me see it, please tell me to my face that I have a face to beat, so my economy is tanking. My fishes are surprisingly out of the tank now. Yeah, they're really grown up, and I know out on their own, taking on the world. I'm really proud, cause they'd rather be in the ocean. And I'd rather be in the ocean.
I at a certain point realized that I could give them the face that they're giving me back, and it's been so they're all like the. So then I'm.
Possibly my.
All you alligators that won't let me see you! I want to see you!
Listen to this Dolly Parton cover they did. To answer this question, Sarah, what even kind of music is this? It's crust wave. See if they have it written down somewhere. There's a way they spell it. I have this shirt. I have the crust wave t-shirt. They don't have of course, why would the same shirt still be available? That makes no fucking sense. Fuck. I can't find where they have it written down somewhere how they spell crust. It's like crust WXVE. They invented this genre. It's not a genre. It's a combination of crust punk and like I don't know. I don't remember the explanation, god damn it. They've explained it in a few places. It's crust wave. That. sounds like Cartman screaming about the Wii. Crushes those like that. Ah. They're the greatest. This is a couple that lives in a van in San Francisco, and I don't know if they full-time live in the van, but they play in the van and play their shows out of the van. Apparently they were stalking a Death Grips tour at some point, which is crazy because normally they are never leaving San Francisco. So I'm kind of upset that I was not in the right part of the fucking country for this circa 2023. God damn it. The one time they were outside, I'm sure I think they're still playing. I think they still do. They have a lot of fucking music. Oh yeah, Vagina Kit. Let's listen to that.
Damn, God, where'd you find this?
Oh, there's more to that. Whatever. I'm pausing that. I've had enough. I've satisfied myself. Gary, how do you explain this then? If Bird is so not real, how did he get into my video? Look at that. You see that? You see that face there? Hold on. You see this face? That's the face of Bird right there. It's very, very. It's written in such a way where the point of the song to get it was like videos. It's really funny how much his face is not actually in the frame there. He came back at some point, right? You know, he was here yesterday a couple of times. He's real, I say. He's real. I'm not that good a ventriloquist. I can't throw my voice that low. Let's commit. Pick a bit. What is health?
Hello, insert patient name here. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
What symptoms are you experiencing today?
I don't feel so good. I need something to take the edge off.
Great. Please choose a medication from the following list. You cannot have those.
Sarah, I agree that we do need to make more freak shit and have been making too much normal music. You and I together, I mean. We've both made some freaky shit independently of one another. We've both been making some freaky shit. Do I want to jump straight to, well, okay. I mean, this is just, actually, I'll play us out with this whenever I decide to end the stream. I'll just play us out with OS Bath, because that will put your fucking brain all the way out of your head. I think Anime Trap is pretty freakish. I don't know how many people have heard this one or checked it out yet. But this is one of my entirely self-produced songs. The flow kind of gets messy right after that part, so I just decided to do us all the service of quitting while we're ahead. Although the hook is actually, let's listen to the hook. The hook is good. Damn. Why did I take a minute and a half to get to the fucking hook? I need to be better. I do like that bar. Still instilling guilty pleasures in your mental quilting. Finally. Okay. Yeah, you get it. It's pretty obnoxious, but I can't in good conscience call it bad. Lost in the sauce of your lofty metaphor, your fortune a six, super big, impressive, large. I hope you can hold and control what you're building. It's bigger than buildings, tremendous, imprisoning. Your hand cast a shadow over Rin's mouth. You ran everybody out of this town. Why so uncomfortable? I thought you staked this claim as home. Trembling tendrils reach inner sanctum, breach wearing widened black, bleeding into the cracks. These unforsaken spells, reusable cave cells. Only the brave trade sail, only the wave prevails. Oh, 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 oh. Crash over everything, what only dawn can bring, till death do fall again. I say embrace the trend, crash over everything, what only dawn can bring, till death do fall again. I say embrace the trend. I am all things at all times. I might be alive, I might have just died. Open the box and you'll find I might be alive, I might have just died. Up in the mountains I'm hiding by the river bug bite. Where am I sleeping tonight? How many sleep at my side? How many see the sunrise? How many die just to try? Too many reasons to cry, too many fish left to fry. Shift your particles with mine. Let's fuck in the car tonight. Nothing but the starry light. Let's fuck in the car tonight. Shift your particles with mine. Let's fuck in the car tonight. Nothing but the starry light. Let's fuck in the car tonight. Get in box, get in box, get in box. You offered to bleed for me. That next one's too sad for me to play right now. Let's play Submersible.
I'll put my head under water and I'm tired of voices. I'll take it all out of your hands when I'm tired of your choices. I'll put my teeth into your face when I'm tired of the noises. I take the wind out of your sails when you leave me disappointed. Your salty is like in your hand. You're carrying a lot of sand. You're sure that a thing you said. You let it slip out of your hand. You're salty, it's like in your hand. You're carrying a lot of sand. You're sure that a thing you said. You let it slip out of your hand. Submersible, submersible, oh oh, submersible, submersible, oh oh, submersible, submersible, oh oh, submersible, what? Submersible, oh oh. What?
Even though I'm only 5 foot 8.5, walk around like I'm the highest fucking bitch alive. I'm a grimer, criming, duck the police, hit the vape while I'm driving, dive into a vat of acid and surviving. I got bars like a candy owl, sweet and
Unfucking
style.
believable. I cannot fucking believe that Drinks just knows fucking the singer from Bandana Row. What? Okay, they said they're kidding. No, you're not kidding. Wait. I can't tell. I will have a further discussion about this later. I cannot do this on stream right now. I was tripping balls though. I am tripping balls though. Um Oh yeah, this is
Should any conscious creature draw a tear from the palm of sorrow? Must the tear they shed not also yours? Your thread of consciousness connects you to all sentient beings throughout the mesh of life. Thank you for listening.
Excellent presentation, Gamayun.
Thanks.
Okay, next up is Hollow Biont, whose presentation is on biology, cyborgs, chickens, symbiosis, and suffering. Take it away, Hollow Biont. Take all the suffering away.
In the past, whenever somebody wanted to remember something, they'd have to meticulously activate certain pieces of their brain. Today, people can often just look information up on their phone.
I'm not waking up.
There's a point
Bernie.
of
I
view
don't
that
work
says that because
anymore.
humans use
I mean, he'll be
smartphones
up in a couple
to
hours.
offload some
I
of their
will
cognition,
go to bed soon.
modern humans can be thought of as human plus phone cyborg organisms. In an ant colony, you can think of each ant as their own highly esteemed and respectfully appreciated individual. And in addition to that, you can think of the ant colony as a whole as an individual. You can also apply this way of thinking to human cells in order to see colonies of human cells as individuals. I'm an individual. Samantha.
Yeah,
I think I'm an individual.
an individual. But your thread of consciousness is woven into the mesh of life.
My thread of consciousness. Billions of years ago, there were single-celled creatures that lived free in the environment. One day they were engulfed by another cell. Today their descendants remain there in their cells. For example, human cells contain them. And they exist in your cells. That's what that feeling is. That's what that feeling is. I went to them. They told me that there were 3 different ways to frame their current situation. The first way was to see them as individuals inside the cell. The second is to see them as just parts that belong to the larger cell. Or you can frame them as part of a larger, symbiotic, multi-species hybrid creature. Leafcutter ants cultivate fungus and provide it with leaves to consume. The body of the fungus is a... Yeah?
A branching mesh of filaments.
Right, and it uses its body to repay the ants with the ultimate reward. Clusters of nutrient-filled fungal bulbs, the forbidden fruit. Another ant species uses aphids instead of fungus. The aphids consume nutrients from plants and excrete honeydew, which the ants feed on. The ants protect the aphids and move them to more fertile pastures. However, they also tear off the aphids' wings
Ugh, stupid ants.
and use chemicals that sabotage wing growth.
The aphids they scuttle upon the shores in despair.
And use chemicals that harm the aphid's ability to move.
Stupid ants.
The ant colony, which is made up of many individuals working together to function as a distributed multi-organism polycreature, is itself incorporating another species into its own twisted life form biomesh.
No. What if the aphids are in pain? Does their thread of consciousness connect to mine? Samantha.
Yeah.
I don't want my thread of consciousness to be woven into the mesh of life. What should I do?
You could try cutting it.
Okay.
You can think of egg-laying chickens as individuals, but at this moment in history, the majority of layer chickens are found inside long cages called battery cages. So they can optionally be thought of as part of a cage plus chicken cyborg organism. And to be a cyborg is to have a body part that was not grown by your body. This is what form the majority of hermit crabs take, as opposed to this. And similarly, this is what form the majority of layer chickens take, as opposed to this. Both of these cyborg organisms include a component that
Jesse Patience. That's my name. Or 2 of my names. I have 4 other names too. You probably know me as Mallbat, or I don't know, maybe you don't. And it's nice to meet you. My family calls me Jessie, and my friends call me Jess. Before a wizard turned me into a girl, I was called. Back then, I preferred Laser House anyway. Oh, that was the name of my Lego animation YouTube channel. I made like Brick Films, which is like animated Lego. That's probably now that I'm thinking about it, I had another name back then too. See, my parents wanted me to they wanted me to be Catholic, so they made me get confirmed, which means I had to pick a saint's name. I think it was Joshua or maybe Peter. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I just picked it off based on my favorite minifig from the Brick Testament. Okay, so that is like the Bible, but retold with like it's there's a lot of formalities surrounding names that can make them feel like such a daunting concept. The only person who gives a shit about formalities is the IRS. That guy fucking sucks. Your name doesn't have a character limit, and it doesn't need a hierarchy nor an order. For as long as I live, I plan on adding new names and removing ones that no longer fit. It's just letters on a page and sounds in the air. If you don't like your name, give another one a try. You don't even have to be a hot transsexual girl boy like me. Hey, thanks for listening.
I can
so
see
since
a
you're not the
nearly full
government,
moon, very
I'll
bright,
let you hear my
through
full
the
name.
blinds. So I don't think I'm going to bed anymore.
Jesse Patience Iota Laser House Productions Black. But you can just call me a Mallbat.
So I still have coffee left for me to last until when Bird wakes up, but I'd like to make more coffee so that Bird will have it when he wakes up. And my pan is full of the remnants of the chili and rice I was eating. So in the effort of giving myself a little bit of time to go wash this pan and make some coffee, I'm going to put on a slightly longer video, but one that I think you will all enjoy. Some of you've probably seen it before. I've shared it before, but it's worth watching more than once. Seriously, it's worth watching more than once.
We're sorry. Your call cannot be completed as dialed, or the number has been disconnected. Please check the number and dial again. Thank you.
Oh dear, nobody panic.
I'm panicking.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Okay. This looks good. All right. So, you may be wondering where this dork went, but to answer that question, we first have to ask, what even is a Lillian in the first place?
We already did that video.
No, I mean in a more metaphysical sense. Is this a Lillian? Or is this a Lillian? Was Lillian actually this all along? Is Lillian the person writing this script? Is Lillian the person editing this video? And if none of those things are here, where is Lillian? Is Lillian under the table? Is Lillian hiding behind the green screen? No, there's not even a texture back here. I'm just pulling your leg, of course. Lillian is right here. Bear me. I am a Lillian. But what happened to the Emily neutral voice and the Night avatar? Will we ever have another classic Lillian video? What is this voice I'm using right now? Answers to these questions and more after this break.
Hello, I'm Scott Stauffer. This here is Steve Frederick's Mall.
Without that magic called software, every computer in the world would be only so much worthless junk.
And it's wild what's going on. You can send electronic mail to people.
I don't know why I did that. I don't have sponsors to break to and it's terrible for audience retention. I just wanted to say after this break, so I did. Anyways, here's a video. Part 1. My digital fakeness is sincerity. As a kid, I was always cautioned about socializing online. This was back before anyone had microphones and most people used pseudonyms instead of their real names. Hence the person you're talking to, the warning went, could be anyone. Of course, that ambiguity in online identity meant that I could be anyone too. Who would I be? If I could customize every aspect of myself that someone saw, would I be a man, a type B, an enigma? For a kid whose
This is
identity
how I
ran
treat
against the
everyone,
grain,
Sarah,
who had
in
spent
real
their
life
entire
and
life being told who to be and how to act. This
I
freedom
can't
gave me the
imagine
first
people
chance I'd ever
finding
had
the
to
thing to
exist
do
on my
that
own terms. I'd found a place where I could just be
God
me.
I
No
imagine.
more, no less. My avatars, my usernames, my RuneScape and Warcraft characters, my online writing style. These were the first traces of a nascent identity beginning to coalesce.
A child's first attempt at answering life's all-enveloping question.
Who are you? Once I was free to be me. I made friends and connections so easily. High school and college came and went, and friendships came and went with them. But these connections I made online were true and strong, and they have endured the erosion of decades.
I almost spit out
Growing
my
ever
fucking
strongly
coffee
year by
reading
year,
this.
I met my life partner in culture, and we've been together for the majority of our lives now. It was not until I was well into adulthood that I learned to unmask offline as well as I could online, to create these same types of connections in the offline world. Okay. This is getting rather personal for a white background slideshow. Let's go for a walk. Manifesting myself in the offline world is so exhausting. It's so tenuous. Attempting to orchestrate my offline body, my clothes, my voice, my movements, my words into a cohesive self, it's so difficult. It's like trying to hold all the water molecules in a glass of water together using only my mind. And the glass isn't even there. If my attention drifts, all those figments of offline identity simply scatter. When the pieces of my identity scatter, this thing I call I relapses into whatever assumptions other people have foisted upon me, the default self that the world has created for me to occupy. But my digital self, they are so strong. All the pieces of them, their body, their voice, their movements, they snap together like magnets. Why is my online self stronger than my offline self? I think it's because I get to choose. I get to choose everything about them. I choose their name. I choose their face. I choose their voice. In those choices there is sincerity. Me using text-to-speech is not me hiding my real voice behind a fake one. It is me showing you my truest voice. The voice I chose.
The voice you chose.
In the artifice there is truth. My digital fakeness is sincerity.
We are going to talk about Microsoft ruining everything, aren't we?
Yes, but I need to get through the rest of the philosophy first.
Wait, there's more.
Part 2. The flexible envelope of the self. Asserting that I have a digital self that is more sincere than my physical self is a bold stance to take, so let me try it. Oh no, is that a philosopher? Everyone just ignore the philosopher. I'm not a philosophy YouTuber. What are we talking about? When we talk about a self, what is you? A very limiting definition might restrict the self to the physical body, which is to say, you are your meat. If your self is meat, your self most certainly cannot incorporate digital components. However, I would hold that the envelope of the self is much more flexible. Sometimes it expands to include parts of the body that aren't there, as in phantom limbs. Sometimes it contracts to exclude parts of the body that are there, as in various disorders with dysphoria in the name. Philosopher would want me to try to obliterate the meat theory of self with facts and logic, but I'd rather prop up my theory by talking about my feelings instead. I like the flexible envelope of the self because it allows me to fully incorporate these pieces of online expression into my identity, to become the rhizomatic assemblage of flotsam and jetsam cosmic as Sasha describes here. Getting to be Lillian online has given me the chance to practice being me in a context where I'm more comfortable. It's given me the chance to recognize and nurture the best aspects of myself. I've become so much more confident and happy, both online and offline. As an aside, This is where I find Apple and Meta's virtual avatars that depict your meat body so loathsome. It's a rank attempt to collapse the digital self back into the offline, masked self, just like Facebook did away with usernames and avatars in favor of legal names and pictures of meat bodies. It's gentrification of online identity. Sorry, I'll get back on topic. Once I accept a flexible definition of self, it becomes trivially easy to start including non-meat things in my identity. If I could have a whole phantom limb included as part of myself, then why not a prosthetic limb too? It seems only logical. What is a leg, if not a thing attached to your hip that you use to walk? What's that philosopher? You think people see their legs as more than just a walking device? You mean if Microsoft replaced someone's legs in the middle of the night, you think that person would have a good reason to be upset? That sounds needlessly emotional. Philosopher who wouldn't want better legs. I'm kidding. I'm just pulling your legs are for more than just walking. As with any aspect of the self, people use them for expression, for art, for fun. Given a self with parts, we almost can't help but to use those parts to do things and create things. And in all that doing and creating, we come to identify with the parts we use to do and to create. The tennis player comes to see the racket as an extension of their arm. The TTS streamer comes to see the voice as an extension of their... Well, what part of the self does the voice extend? Part 3. Emily, neutral. There once was a wind-up night, and one day they found a voice. It wasn't their voice, but they used it to speak anyways. It was the things they said, rather than how they said them, which made them a person. The first time I streamed, I didn't have a voice. I was streaming Beat Saber for my partner to watch, and amazingly, someone actually appeared in my chat. I had to tear off my headset after each song so I could run to my computer to read what they wrote. Then I had to frantically type back before my headset went to sleep. A few days later, someone showed me Zentrier, and I knew what I had to do. Zentrier's speech-to-text-to-speech tools are proprietary, but I did a lot of digging, and eventually I found an open-source tool called Curses. I was still so scared to talk that my first stream was just subtitles. No voice. My partner knew I was testing out the new system and he chatted with me without telling me it was him, the adorable goofball. After that test stream, I decided I wanted a real, audible voice. Curses gave me a lot of voices to try, but one of them pulled on me, a way the others didn't. It actually seemed so blindingly obvious that I passed it over at first, just like I did with my gender. Emily and I made such a strong team together. As a brand new streamer, she took my scared, wavering words and laid them out in such clear, direct statements. As a YouTuber, I carefully arranged my scripts to be read by her. In Emily's rendition of my speech I heard, for the first time, truth and clarity that I had never been able to transmit in speech before. Emily's way of speaking intersected many aspects of my life. By mimicking her friendly monotone, I found a way to speak directly and candidly offline. I have never been able to sub-vocalize my own voice, but I can hear hers clear and true inside of me whenever I reach for it. I'm not the first prosthetic voice user to strongly identify with the voice they found. Stephen Hawking's voice, Perfect Paul, was originally made for phone answering systems. As technology improved, he was offered more natural-sounding voices, which he refused until the day he died. He had come to identify with the robotic intonations of his prosthetic voice. Perfect Paul had become a part of him. A voice is such a sacred thing that someone would take the time to create an artificial voice that someone else could use. I lack words to describe how I feel about such a thing. There's so many precious voices buried deep in old phone answering systems and screen readers. The voice that tells me I have a prescription ready for pickup, is that someone else's Emily? Is that someone else's Perfect Paul? So many precious voices. Will anyone miss them when they're replaced with their AI successors? And if nobody notices or cares when one of these artificial voices says its final words, What does that mean about our own voices? What part of the self does the voice extend? Bruno Scholz says that speech is the metaphysical organ of man. What that actually means, I will leave for you to decide for yourself. Part 4. Digital. Dysphoria. There is a risk to caring about Emily this much, and I knew about it from the start. Emily is owned by Microsoft. While Perfectball ran on Stephen Hawking's local system, Emily runs on Microsoft servers. When I want to use Emily to speak, I send my words to Microsoft and they send me a sound file back. They also charge me by the word, paying software licensing fees to be able to speak. It feels very cyberpunk. This, of course, means that Microsoft can remove or change Emily at any time. Microsoft's only goal is to make money, and they're quite indifferent to an independent creator like me. If I knew, why did I use Emily at all? My therapist has called me very risk-aware. Given a situation, I am very good at finding potential danger. Said another way, I'm very good at talking myself out of attempting new things when I think there's a chance I could fail. There have been so many possible futures I talked myself out of because I was scared to try. I was scared to fail. Is streaming another interest that I will muse about but never pursue, always waiting for the perfect opportunity, always tinkering with my setup, but never actually going live? Or would I take the voice I resonated with and, knowing the risks, choose to indulge in a little bit of playful creativity? You know which choice I made. For me, the only way to live is to care about things, to accept the possibility of losing those things I care about, to trust in myself that if the worst happens, I will handle it, or I will fail to handle it, and then life will go on. The loss of Emily happened abruptly in mid-September. One day she sounded like this.
You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you, kiddo?
The next day, she sounded like this.
You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you, kiddo?
Again.
You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you, kiddo? You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you, kiddo?
I know some people will find this change subtle and insignificant. My reaction, disproportionate, but this is something that I care about, and I am not ashamed of it. The new Emily with the new inflections, the new expressiveness. It sounds like the false cheeriness I would put on when I was afraid people wouldn't like me if I used my natural monotone. It sounds like customer service voice. It sounds like masking. I tried very hard to accept the change during my first stream with the new Emily. We talked about impermanence, about radical openness. But as the stream went on, it became obvious to me that this new Emily did not suit me at all. At one point I wanted to mention that the Curses developer had a Patreon, and the way the words came out sounded so wrong. The extra inflection that new Emily added to my words felt laced with the venomous tones of implication people use when they want to coerce me into doing something, while pretending that it was my idea. It made my skin crawl. Dysphoria had spread to the digital self.
Let's not linger here too much longer, kiddo.
Yes, I know. It's just. It hurt so bad when it happened. I couldn't make this video without acknowledging the pain. But it's time to move forward. To speak and to be heard, to be understood after decades of frustrated silence, to be able to share the kind and expansive version of the world I believe in, to have that ripped away from me. To me, the loss of Emily is not the loss of a software utility or a brand asset. It is a metaphysical wound. It is grief, profound. But it is not the end. I refuse to be silent again. I refuse to be scattered. Part 5. Free. Open Source Soul. The bad stream had happened on a Sunday. By Wednesday, I was ready to move forward. There were ways to try to keep the old Emily, but I would have taken this chance to move on regardless. It feels very bad, wondering if the things I say are worth the money it costs me to say them. It feels very wrong to have an intimate part of myself be owned and controlled by a for-profit company. No one should have to lease the right to speak. I want my voice to run on my computer, not a hostage locked to a vendor's server. I want it free and open source, so call an ambulance, Microsoft. But not for me. I don't have the resources or power that Microsoft does. But I do have something better. On Twitch, we've developed such a kind community. I shared my feelings on that Wednesday, and everyone was so understanding and supportive. Nobody tried to minimize or dismiss the pain. I also shared a plan. Curses, the speech-to-text-to-speech platform I use, is already free and open source. Hyper is a free and open source tool for training and running neural voice models, the same type of model as Emily. It would be a beautiful thing for the world if Curses and Piper would just work. It would make my voice software open source and local, and it would cut Microsoft out of the equation completely. And being free and open source, anyone else could use it too. That was my plan, but I'm a very rusty programmer, so I asked for help. For me, asking for help is a difficult thing. I have the kind of trauma that makes me want to be entirely self-reliant, to identify ever needing help as a risk. But no one person can be everything all the time, and that is the strength in community. I asked for help on that Wednesday, and within hours, many had already contributed to the discussion. And then someone said they'd try. I went from terrified and broken to giddy, and I had to try very hard not to pester ZQLK for updates. On Thursday, I streamed with Lillian Prime's voice as a placeholder, and by my next Sunday stream the Curses Viper integration was ready. It felt like an effortless miracle, but if you want to know ZQLK's side of the story, I interviewed them about it. One thing they emphasized is they felt it was a group effort, not the victory of a lone hero. I feel such warm, fuzzy joy, knowing that I had even a small part to play in improving accessibility technology, and it means the world to me that my new voice was facilitated not by Microsoft, but by people who cared about helping someone in need. Ah, but the voice. What is the Piper voice I chose? Part 6. Corrie, medium. Choosing a new voice for myself was a frightening task. What if none of the options fit? What if Emily was my one true voice and I'd lost it forever? As I was browsing the Piper voices, one of them pulled on me, a way the others did not. It was actually so blindingly obvious that I didn't spend much longer looking. I went to bed excitedly playing their sample recordings on my phone for my partner, who kindly indulged my enthusiasm. The simple software. In Corrie's intonations I find such wistfulness, the soul of a daydreaming stargazer, bundled in dry wit and delivered with reckless sincerity. Emily had so many delightful surprises to find, like how she said, tuna. And Corrie, well, Corrie has her shivers. Corrie is also public domain. They were trained on public domain recordings from LibriVox, and the person who trained the model, Bryce, kept it in the public domain. Hence Corrie belongs to no one, and also everyone. A truly free soul. I was scared that Corrie might make me come off as intense or dire, but at the end of my first stream with a new voice, someone called me sweet, and I cried with relief. Sobbing uncontrollably while holding a fish, There was another side effect of changing voices. The new voice came with a new face, a new presentation style, a complete regeneration of a Lillian, someone in my chat said, like a Time Lord. I'm going to end with thank yous. Thank you to the readers of LibriVox, who read books and donated their recordings to the public domain. Thank you to Bryce of Bryce's TTS Voices, who did the very difficult
you
work
all
of converting those
for
voices
watching
into Piper models,
last
and
24
who
minutes.
chose to share those models under generous licenses. Thank you to MM.
I poured the water into the coffee, so it's steeping now. So I'm not quite done, but I'm close. I've now played most of Peak Only on stream between yesterday and today. I know I didn't play Midnight Vampire, but I'm scared that will put you all to sleep. I'm not trying to have you fall asleep just yet if you're still here. We've watched Horny so many times between my different streams. I mean, it is God tier. You've probably all seen Potato Knishes, right? Whatever. It's short.
Potato Knishes. Potato Knishes. I love potato Knishes. This machine creates potato Knishes. This is where I make potato Knishes. The magic and the mystery of potato Knishes. Little black squash balls. This machine creates little black squash balls. It turns potato pancakes into little black squash balls. This is where I make centipedes. I sure love to make centipedes.
LaPouche, I did not end up finishing that comedy. I forgot. Including the name. Remind me what the name of that was. I'm obviously not going to watch it on stream since it got us take it off last time, but I will remind myself to do it in my off time. I guess we should probably finish Potato Knishes, right?
Little black worms into centipedes. I turn little black worms into centipedes.
I have no idea what is going on in the head of this motherfucker, but it is something else. Okay. I think I can be back. I think I can be back now. What are you doing on your live stream? Can I watch a live stream on my live stream? Does that make any sense? Drinking water. All right, let's hit the water. See a sip, take a sip. Hope y'all all got water.
Hey.
Bet. That's obviously what we were there for. I mean, I had already been drinking, but I guess I had to make sure you all drink water. Thanks, Moxie. He literally ends every video he makes by going get that water and then drinking a sip of water. So the fact that that's what he was doing when I clicked on his live stream is insanely on brand. I should have hit the like button, actually. Let me get back in there with that like button. You ain't talking about nothing, though, so I don't know what the subject of your stream is. It just says it's not enough. Few solid streams left, but it's not enough. Donkey Kong, but green? What does that mean, actually? What is... Okay.
Your urine.
I see. It's Game Boy. We could play video games. We could do that. We could play a video. I got Vidya. I got the Game Boy Advance emulator. I could play literally any Game Boy game. Somebody suggest a Game Boy game. Game Boy, Game Boy, Game Boy, Game Boy. Game Boy. Mario Golf. All right. No. Take me to Mario Golf. Yeah. It's for the Game Boy Advance, isn't it? Golf. Mario Golf. Play online. I was hoping to download it. Do I have to play it online? Oh no, Nintendo of America made them take it down, it says. Well, mother of fuck. Game Boy Advance Mario Golf ROM. Emulator games, sure. Looks legit, right? Does this look like a website where you can download video games? Do you have Game Boy Golf? There's a Game Boy Color one. Mario Golf. Oh no, I have to create an account here to download games. God damn it, Nintendo, why are you like this? I want to know what advice you'd give the guy taking his life neighbor crazy. Talking his life neighbor crazy. Yeah, I will let you know about that once I've heard that. Because I don't remember what the story was that he was telling. So I don't think we got very far into it. Mario Golf. Give me the golf. I want to golf. Mario Golf. I don't see the golf. Oh, wait, it was there. There we go. Mario Golf. Okay, get in. Wait, is this an N64 game? I just downloaded the N64 game, didn't I? God damn it. It's not what I wanted. Wait, do I have an N64 emulator? Shit. I downloaded the wrong Mario Golf. This Mario Golf quest is getting out of hand. How many fucking consoles have had a goddamn Mario Golf? This is the actual Visual Boy Advance website. Do they have ROMs? No way. For real? That's crazy. How the fuck do they have it when nobody else has it? Yeah, no, I was trying to put an N64. Imagine trying to load an N64 cartridge into your Game Boy Advance. It'd be funny as fuck. Hey, Nintendo! Good God, that's loud. Wrong button. There we go, mixer, yeah. Still have the Audacity open. Okay. Can you hear me over this insanely loud game? That sure woke everybody up. Oh, I guess I probably have to set up controls. Where the fuck is the controller button? Tools. Keyboard. Okay, these are all correct. What am I? What? They're all correct. Why didn't it work then? I just didn't press it hard enough, I guess. I don't know. Oh, that's the B button. Okay. Create a new character here. Or just be Mario or Luigi. Okay, well, obviously it's more exciting to create your own character. How much of a character creation is there in Mario Goddamn Golf? Okay. Female, obviously. Oh, you can pick what kind of girl you are. I guess it's like you can be younger or older. Like you're either baby or like a teenager. Let's be the baby. I'm right-handed. So let's be left-handed just for the hell of it. Is this okay? Yeah. What is my name? Sherry? No. I like this laid back Mario song. Hello, Beto. It's your first day as our student. Follow our advice and you'll be a great golfer. Now, Beto, let me introduce the club staff. I'm the pro here at Marion Club. Nice to meet you. The Golf Master Mario is the idol of all golfers. I know what it's like to want to be like Mario. I know what it's like to want to be like Mario in the context of golf. This game is fucking... This is such a surreal and bizarre cutscene. This is Mario Golf on the Game Boy, and it's like... I'm in like a... Like, I can picture how this scene would look in anime. You know what I mean? Like, you can picture in your head what the anime version of the scene would be. Okay. Training. Stroke. You know how much I love to stroke. Play a club champ. Enter a club tournament. Start from the clubhouse. Okay. Is this one of those games that was made by Camelot? The one, the fucking Golden Sun guys? Or is that... I know Mario Tennis was them. But I was not expecting Mario Golf to be a Final Fantasy style walk around the castle RPG at any point. Can't talk to any of the stuff. Okay, this is unfortunately boring talking to these people here. I don't really understand the golf culture. Wait, what the fuck? What? How do I move? What do I do on this screen? Oh, okay. I was confusing myself for this girl up here. So I was like walking down thinking I was... Christ, this is such an odd perspective for this like screen. I could definitely feel the Final Fantasy influence, but not just from early Final Fantasy. It's like, why is this Mario Golf? Why is this Mario Golf? What the fuck is happening? What? Uh-oh. Absolutely not. Absolutely not happening. I don't understand what I was just looking at all. Okay, I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. It's time for me to go to sleep. I'm going to take a little nap until Bird wakes up. And then I'll probably continue sleeping after he goes to work. This was an incredible stream. Probably easily one of the top 5 most profitable streams I've ever had. Certainly the largest single donation I think I've ever had. So that was wild. Shout out to those guys. They just bombed in out of nowhere. 2 dudes I'd never heard of before. I have no idea how they know about me, or if they know about me, or if it was just like literally God put them in my chat tonight for whatever reason. Because there's a near full moon, I just suddenly received... I'm trying to scroll up far enough so I can get these dudes' names again. You'd think that they would have been emblazoned out of my consciousness. Seth the programmer and Clyde. I got to look into these dudes. I've been told they're some kind of boosters. Like they do boosts. They use the boost to get through. I don't really know the story. But that was wild. And if they're like known for doing this, then I'm not expecting to have their bank bounce this or whatever the fuck, it's not a troll. I don't think it seems legit. So I'm like, hell yeah. What the fuck? Crazy night. All right. Good night, everybody.